guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is pressing his case for receiving presidential immunity in his federal election interference lawsuit. His legal team, representing the former president, has submitted a brief to the Supreme Court asserting that Trump should be granted absolute immunity for any official actions he took while in office. They argue that presidents cannot effectively carry out their duties if they are susceptible to criminal prosecution for their official actions after leaving office. The court is scheduled to hear oral arguments on the case on April 25th. The Supreme Court has granted permission for Texas to implement a new law empowering local police to detain individuals they suspect to be residing in the country unlawfully. Initially greenlighted by the High Court, the law was promptly halted following a lawsuit from the White House, which argued it encroaches upon the federal government's sole jurisdiction over immigration matters. However, Tuesday, the court has ruled that the law may be enacted while legal proceedings unfold in lower courts. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing. That's according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We are working 24/7, leaning in and trying to make sure that we get the hostages so that we have a temporary ceasefire so that we can get that all-important aid into Gaza.
Additionally, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia and Egypt this week as part of a diplomatic effort related to the conflict. The senior generals responsible for overseeing the deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan appearing before Congress Tuesday. Mark Milley is the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
On 14 August, the non-combatant evacuation operation decision was made by the Department of State. It is my assessment that that decision came too late.
The testimony to the House Foreign Affairs Committee comes in the wake of the terrorist attack at the Kabul airport that claimed the lives of 13 American service members. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, You can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
It looks like Congress will sidestep a partial government shutdown. Congressional leaders have reached an agreement with the White House on funding for the Department of Homeland Security, a key issue in passing 6 major spending bills before Friday's deadline. House Speaker Mike Johnson announced the deal Tuesday, stating that both chambers will swiftly address the legislation. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in to begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility. Navarro was found guilty of contempt of Congress last year for refusing to comply with subpoenas issued by the Democrat-led House committee investigating the U.S. Capitol attack. Prior to his surrender, Navarro characterized the case against him as an unprecedented assault on the constitutional separation of powers. The FAA chief emphasizes that Boeing must prioritize enhancing safety standards. Speaking to NBC News, FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker expressed concern that Boeing's safety procedures do not align with expectations if safety holds the utmost importance.
There are issues around the safety culture at Boeing, that their priorities have been on production and not on safety and quality.
Whitaker's remarks follow an FAA audit of Boeing prompted by an incident where the door plug of an Alaska Airlines operated Boeing 737 MAX 9 aircraft blew out mid-flight. And Konstantin Koltsov, a former NHL player, is dead after what appears to be a suicide near Miami. Police have confirmed that he likely jumped from the balcony at a hotel. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I do believe it is officially springtime. Although maybe not feeling like it. Another chilly night in the eastern USA, that is for sure. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Yes, spring officially rolled in 1 hour ago, 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time. So we are officially 1 hour into spring. I'm Steve Summers, and it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We will kick off a brand new day. Turn the page on the calendar. What are we rolling into? It'll be the 20th day of March. In 24 hours from now, when we turn the page, It'll be kickoff time. Mid-America Truck Show. As we all roll into Louisville, Kentucky. Looking forward to seeing you there, hopefully. All right, we'll update you. Of course, we'll be coming your way live. Facebook, Rumble, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app. Of course, you can tune in via the internet or wherever you might be. All you do is just download the app, iPhone, Android. Go to your respective app store, and it's overnightdriveradio.com. Download the free app, and with the click of a button, you can tune in to us live all 3 days. We'll kick it off Thursday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 6 p.m. Those will be the show hours. There's actually a 3-hour, what they call a VIP session from 10 a.m. till 1 o'clock there Thursday. Then really things get into full swing Friday, 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. Saturday, final day, 9 a.m. Get an early start there on Saturday, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. That's the closing time for the show Saturday afternoon. But the party will not end there. It'll be time for Truck and Tractor Pulling and Freedom Hall once again with the NTPA, the Mac Winter Nationals coming your way. And things get underway 5 o'clock in the afternoon there. So lots of action coming your way. As typically the case is, weather tends to change. Now, 2 days ago, the forecast looked like pretty decent weather. 60-degree forecast highs for Friday and Saturday. There was no rain in the forecast. That's kind of changed. We could see some showers. They're now telling us on Friday. But otherwise, Thursday expected to be a partly cloudy day. Not too bad. Highs in the middle 50s, a little on the cool side, but it could be a whole lot worse. Again, some possible showers on Saturday. Still Friday, the forecast high is 60. And then we cool off down into the 30s overnight, Friday night into Saturday morning. You have to bundle up as you head over to the show early in the day. Should warm up to about 57. That's the current forecast, as we're close enough now where they should be pretty much on track to know what's going on. When I mention a chilly night, we've got frost advisories once again tonight, deep into the southern tier of the country. After 24 hours ago, we had hard freeze warnings well down into much of the south. It's not quite as bad, but frost advisories all the way into southern Alabama, southern Georgia, even into the Big Bend area there in Florida. Frost advisories once again tonight. So that's where we start things off as spring is officially here. The weather not really matching the seasons, especially when you look up north across the Canadian Rockies, the northern plains, and the upper Midwest, because we're waiting for an Alberta Clipper to roll in. Storm's going to bring in cold air and the first snowfall literally in weeks as it moves southeast. This is going to be a northern tier of the country sort of a system, but snow could fall as far south as maybe Milwaukee and Chicago. Current track of the storm has the potential for 3 to 6 inches of snow in the Minneapolis area starting Thursday afternoon to Thursday night, which would be the second full day of spring. Spring officially arriving here about an hour ago. As that storm moves along, though, it's going to bring some slippery travel conditions along portions of I-90 and 94 for starters. As the snow reaches some of the regional and major airport hubs in the region, they could be doing some de-icing operations. We'll have some departure delays. Some flights may even be canceled. Further to the southeast, in the Midwest, that system will bring some snow, as I said, to Chicago and Milwaukee. With the timing being late Thursday into Friday, there's the potential for maybe some slippery conditions for that morning commute, Friday morning in Chicago. Maybe an inch or two, just a slushy coating to an inch or two. A few inches possible, a few dozen miles further to the north. There's the possibility, as weather systems tend to do, they could shift track further to the south. If it were to do so, Chicago would end up in that band of heavier snow In other words, several inches could fall. Detroit's another city where the storm track is going to be key. There's going to be a fine line between just a few flakes of nuisance snow or where you could see some heavier snow, snow-covered roadways late Thursday night into Friday. Right now, they're saying 1 to maybe 3 inches in the offing for the Motor City. As that clipper pushes into the northeast by this weekend, there's the potential for some accumulation in parts of northern Pennsylvania, western and central New York, and on up into central New England. Accumulating snow likely in northern New York, northern New England, and parts of the St. Lawrence Valley. Still contending with a bit of lake effect snow. Bands in upstate New York tonight, where you do have some winter storm warnings. I believe that's going to be up. Is that the Watertown area? Let me double check. Yeah, Watertown. Yeah, got winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. What kind of accumulations are they talking about there? Well, they're saying an additional 4 to 8 inches over the higher terrain. This is the Tug Hill, maybe the Tug Hill Plateau, another 1 to 3 for the lower elevations. Windy conditions, though. Winds as high as 40 miles per hour. So some limited blowing and drifting snow. All right, the higher elevation is going to be the most impacted there. Aside from that, according to the radar, we do have some light snow. You got a few flakes falling. As far south as Scranton, PA tonight. It's very light snowfall from Scranton, PA, all the way up to Syracuse, New York. A band of light snow. The cold air in place. And now as we look ahead, as we roll through the second half of the week, there's going to be not one, but a pair of storms. One near the Canadian border and one coming out of the Gulf of Mexico that, according to models now, may actually converge on the Atlantic coast for the first official weekend of spring. So they'll be talking drenching rain, gusty winds, thunderstorms, even a bit of snow in the northeast. Weekend could be a total washout in some locations. Forecasters tell us almost simultaneously and roughly 1,000 miles apart, both storms form at midweek, push eastward, and the one first we were just talking about coming out of the Canadian Rockies, the other's going to be developing the southern storm, forming over the northern Gulf of Mexico here midweek. That pushes east along the upper Gulf Coast Thursday night, bringing some drenching rain and gusty thunderstorms. But as the two possibly converge into maybe one big storm, we'll give you more details on that coming up. But our traveler's weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions as we roll into, what day is it? What day is it actually? Well, for me, it kind of feels like a Friday. The schedule all out of whack here. When we close things out this Wednesday morning, bags are packed. You may notice for those watching on Facebook or Rumble, there's one less microphone in the studio because that's packed up and ready to roll to Louisville. Good morning to Pap, checking in first out of the box. Marianne, I got your email. She sent me some photographs. The devastation that occurred there in Indian Lake with the big tornado last week. Yeah, lots of damage, lots of boats. Yeah, boats not in the water, but on land. Good morning, Marianne. She says she's got her physical therapy coming her way today. Hope all goes well. I know they're going to wear you out, right? Gilligan, good morning, fellow listeners. Cloudy, a cool 42 at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. I wish I'd be able to make it to the show again this year. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make it, but everybody have a good time and keep it shiny side up. Hillbilly, where you been, Hillbilly? Oh, okay, that's right. He's got an update on the mom. Still in the hospital. She is doing much better. That's good news. Trying to get her oxygen levels up. Hopefully she gets to come home by the end of the week or for the first of next week. Truck Show Week. You're going to be busy. Yes, that is an understatement. Hope all goes well. Everybody has a good time. I may try to get down there maybe Saturday. Just depends on a number of things. But everybody be safe. Have a great show. I'm going to head over to the app and listen until I doze off here this morning. All right. Maybe we'll have a chance to see Rubber Duck there in Louisville. Good afternoon. Hammer down. That must be Larry. Sure enough, 35 degrees, Platkill, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady. He's also jumping over to the app to tune in there. Who we got? Rockpick, good morning. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. 33, a little light snow at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Hump Day, all you hard-working Americans. Thank you, Hotshot Secret, for the Steve Summers overnight drive. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. That would be Pappy. It's the midnight hour, and what day is it? It's not official till the Headless Horseman, a.k.a. Horse Feathers, calls in to let us know. 45 degrees, southwestern Hamilton County, and somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising that FR3 antenna. The Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive's about to hammer down. So here we go. Throw another log on the fire, heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, and dial us up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow or be like Big Ed. Can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? All right. P.S. This is the last live transmission until the Mid-America Truck Show. That is correct. Underway on a hump day. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Hey, I had an update from Rockpick here. If you're trucking through Rochester, New York, if you happen to stop and want to get a bite to eat or something, apparently there's a boil water advisory in effect for parts of the city of Rochester after a body was found in the Highland Park Reservoir Tuesday morning. Police said the city water bureau employees found the body of an unidentified adult male in the water about 8 o'clock this past morning. It was a daily morning check of the reservoir. So, all right, thanks for the heads up there, Rochester, for parts of the city anyway, boil water advisory. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Mike says, good morning, Steve. Checking in from the Pilot Truck Stop in Hampshire, Illinois, 45 degrees here. Have a great show. We're hoping to maybe see you at the show coming up Saturday. All right, top of the morning, Steve. Santa Claus is on board. 62 degrees, Sacramento, California. Working on constructing a DJ booth. Since I've retired, I've been DJing for friends and family. It's just kind of a hobby thing, just trying to stay busy in retirement, right? Santa Claus out. I'll mail you a promo picture of me doing the DJ thing. All right, I didn't know that. Santa Claus, that's a jack of all trades. Truck driver. All right, Jeffrey checks in from Florida. Good morning, my friend. Kind of excited for today's show. Good to have you with us. Glenn, good morning. Just a bit chilly here in Florida tonight, but it helps the sunburn feel better. Everybody stay safe. All right. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. 32 at the Weiss compound. Getting ready to head toward the Derby for the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll see you Friday. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Speaking of the two-time Hall of Fame manure, hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, hello there, Steve. We are on our way to the Mid-America Truck Show.
Hammer down, rolling northbound. Where were you at tonight?
We just come to Spartanburg, South Carolina, and we got this highly chrome-plated, big horsepower, hot shot secret filled up Chevrolet in the wind, baby.
All right.
So we look like we'll probably be in about 6 o'clock in the morning if everything goes all right.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
So you're going to be rolling all night. Then when you going to get some rest?
Probably when I get up there, I'll stretch out for a little bit, get a little bit of rest, and then we're going to be busy all day Wednesday, and then, boy, we really will be busy Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
All right. Now, you got some comfortable walking shoes. I know your feet were killing you last year.
Oh, man, Debbie bought me a pair of them Skechers slip-on, just step into them.
Yeah.
Got them on right now. My dog will say, "Woo, thank you, Miss Debbie." Steve, you remember me in our conversation talking about, we had to put up a new pool. And they come out and put it up, and everything. And everything was going good until about Sunday afternoon. I'd walked out in the yard and kind of looked, and I heard the pump. Sounded like it was slugging. And I looked over there in the glass, and there was all kind of air in it, and looked up to the water level. Water level was way down. Huh. So I cut it off. Got up Monday morning, called the pool people. So I said, "Hey, y'all need to hustle out here." I said, "We got a major water leak somewhere." And they said, "Do what?" I said, "This thing is leaking like a seal." No way. So they come out there. They said, "Look, we're going to fill it back up to the level, to the correct level. We're going to run uptown and get some stuff, and we'll be back directly." Okay. So they get it filled up. They come back, cut the thing on. They walking around out there. And I'm up on the top looking around, to see if I see any bubbles, anything, any leaves sticking to the bottom of it, because, usually that's a telltale sign of where a hole is.
Right.
And I heard a loud kapang, 18,000 gallons of water run right out across the backyard.
Wow. It split?
It was still like a bunch of drowning rats when they went shooting across that damn yard. Oh, boy, I tell you, nobody was hurt. Of course, it was kind of cool and everything. They said in all our years of putting up a pool, we never seen one do this.
Wow. So it just blew out.
It just blew out. And see, we had put the concrete in the bottom of it, what they call that pool creek, where the roots can't grow up or anything, and make the bottom a little bit more firm, so when you're out there playing volleyball and stuff, it won't have footprints in the bottom of it or anything. And so the main guy come out there, and he says, "Well, look, I hadn't got another pool right at this moment to put in that spot." He said, "It's going to be probably 1st of May before we can get back in here and get it up." I said, "Well, whatever, He said, "But I've never, ever seen one do this. I said, well, is it faulty installation? Is it faulty parts? I looked at the box over there. They had working on it. It said made in China. I said, well, here's your excuse right here. You can blame it on them Chi-Coms. And he said, reckon so. But he said, I've never, ever seen a pool do this.
Not a brand new one. A pool that's 15 years old that's rusting out, yeah, but not a new one.
Not a brand new one. They said they don't know what happened. They don't know whether it was some kind of structure failure in the liner, by it leaking the way it leaked and the stuff. But they said they'd never seen one do that. I said, well, just as long as she's swimming when it gets warm by the middle of May, that's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
You won't hear a word from me. So, anyway, that was our excitement, you know. I tell you, man, when that 18,000 gallons of water shot out that thing, it looked like a cannon. They was going across there white. They was like riding on white water or something, going across that yard.
That'd sweep you away.
I'm just glad it broke where it broke and went into the yard and didn't run back to the house, because it probably flooded the damn house.
No doubt, right? Wow.
So,
well, we got a pause here, Gouger. Hey, our number is 844-844-3388. You know the drill as we roll into midweek, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing, according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We are working 24/7, leaning in and trying to make sure that we get the hostages, so that we have a temporary ceasefire, so that we can get that all important aid into Gaza.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia and Egypt this week as part of diplomatic efforts. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in to begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility Tuesday. Navarro found guilty of contempt of Congress last year. The FBI reports a continued decline in crime rates across the U.S. Recent data for the fourth quarter of 2023 indicates a 6% decrease in reported violent crime compared to the previous year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. 844-844-3388. Scouring through my show notes. Where'd I put that? Got some deals going on right now. AutoZone, we'll tell you about here in just a moment. First, let me get back to the gouger. Our old pal, the Pillsbury Doughboy, is not going to be able to make it in. He was planning to be there. Apparently, his wife is having surgery or maybe just had surgery. Got an email from him yesterday, Gouger. But we will have some Bostrom seats to give away at our booth this year.
Oh, I heard you read that over the deal the other night that he wasn't going to be there. I sure ain't going to miss those Pillsbury Doughboy. I won't have nobody to give hell to. I mean, that's one of them that's been around for years and years and years, and we certainly appreciate they supported the show and giving us those seats to give away. And I need a new seat for my last year riding in the truck. You know, I'd look good riding in one of them new Bostons, wouldn't I?
Yes, you would.
So we got to get on the line and get registered. But, Steve, I want to remind everybody while you're at the show, please go by and visit the vendors that support this show and tell them thank you for the support. And while you're out there, go by and tell them about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive when you stop by there and talk to them. Ask them, get on board, get on the Overnight Drive team, So that's the best way to do it because all of them are going to be there, and that's the best way to support it is just tell everybody you can about it and go by the booth, pick up some leaflets, hand them out while you're there,
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have plenty of those cards for people to download the app.
That's right. And so anyway, we just cruising along here at a very warm 42 degrees. Boy, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. Yesterday morning, when I woke up, that wind was blowing about 50 miles an hour. And cold. It wasn't supposed to get that cold down there where we live at in Sumter. And I think it got down to like 30 degrees. I mean, it wasn't spring weather, that's for sure. So,
right.
Anyway, we're going back on out of here, let somebody else go ahead and run the head, and we'll probably be calling you that lonely hour again, give you an update how far we done made it. So,
all right, well, safe travels.
We'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
We'll be there if all goes according to plan with bells on. Yeah, once again, teaming up with Bostrom Seating. Here's what we'll have. We'll have them at the booth. And for those who stop by, there'll be a little QR code, as they call it. Those little square code things that you scan with your phone. You'll scan that code, and that'll get you registered. And we're hoping our winners can actually take the seats home with them from the show. First, we'll have a Boston Pro Ride truck seat. $1,880 value. That'll be the black and gray ultra leather seat. High profile 915 suspension with a high back upper. The Pro Ride isolating 915 air suspension, as they call it. Yeah, we'll get all this explained to us. What is 915 air suspension? The High Pro suspension with 6-inch ride zone, air lumbar support, and the extendable cushion. The other will be the Bostrom, the famous Wide Ride, the Bostrom Wide Ride with CERTA. $2,220 value. This will be the red and tan ultra leather, high-profile suspension with the high back upper, dual adjustable armrests, seat heat, heated seats, Wide Ride CERTA series, isolating suspension, high-profile suspension with 4-inch ride zone, air lumbar, high-performance impact damper, and extendable cushion. Stop by the booth, and you could be a winner at Louisville, Kentucky. Looking forward to seeing you there. Mention we've got some deals going on right now. Hot Shot Secret Products. AutoZone, if you stop in AutoZone, and this is now through April the 1st. You'll get a 4-ounce bottle of the Everyday Diesel treatment, kind of a sample bottle, with the purchase of 2.5 gallons of the Blue Def. So everybody needs the DEF fluid anyway. If you pick up a 2.5 gallon Blue Def at AutoZone now through April 1, get a free 4-ounce Everyday Diesel treatment. Our number, 844-844-3388. I did my due diligence and made my way to the voting booth this past day in the state of Ohio, as there were 4 states holding their primaries on Tuesday. Former President Trump solidifies his hold on the Republican nomination by winning presidential primaries. Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Ohio. We should have the numbers in from Arizona by now, I think. I haven't seen those. You'll have to double check. But the Decision Desk headquarters called those states for Trump in Florida, Illinois, and Ohio just moments after the polls closed. It took a little bit longer in Kansas, but he did. Trump still won that state by a sizable advantage. Joe Biden was declared the winner. Kansas, Ohio, and Illinois. The Florida Democrat Party leaders actually canceled the party's primary and submitted just Biden's name for the ballot. So he gets all the state's delegates there. In Kansas, in what could be seen as a protest vote over Biden's position on the Israel-Hamas war, 8.5% of the vote went for none of these candidates. That was second behind Biden with 86.2%. Trump faring best in his home state of Florida, where he had 81% of the vote. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley with 13.9%. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with 3.7%. In the state of Ohio, Trump had 78.5% of the vote, followed by Haley with 15.6%. And DeSantis 3.1%. There was a county in west central Ohio, Shelby County. Nikki Haley actually had an early lead, and Vivek Ramaswamy was second. Trump rallied to lead that county with 48% of the vote when all was said and done, followed by Haley at 30% and Ramaswamy with 12.4%. In the state of Illinois, it was Trump with 78.1%, Haley at 17%, DeSantis at 2.7%. The former president had 72% of the vote in Kansas, followed by Haley at 18.7%, and none of these candidates at 5.8%. The only remaining primary that we're waiting numbers for would be the state of Arizona, and I should be able to pull that up in fairly short order. In the state of Ohio, there were other issues and things on the ballot across the state. Businessman Bernie Moreno winning the Republican Senate primary in Ohio. That was a race called just more than an hour after the polls closed. Moreno defeating State Senator Matt Dolan and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose. With 65% of the vote in, Moreno had 49.5%. Dolan had 32.9%. LaRose was a distant third. So Moreno will now take on the Democrat incumbent, Senator Sherrod Brown, come November. This was also a win for Donald Trump, who had thrown his endorsement behind Moreno. Moreno came into Tuesday with the slightest of leads in the polls. I mean, this was, the polling said nail-biter, 29.4% to 29.3%. According to the 538 poll, LaRose was polling at 19%. But this pits the Republican up against Brown in a very important contest come November. In addition to Arizona and Montana, the Ohio race will be one of the most closely contested as Republicans vie to overturn the Democrats' 51-49 advantage and flip the Senate red. The three-term Sherrod Brown defeated Jim Renacci by nearly 7 points back in 2018. Now, Moreno earned his wealth as a former car dealer. He entered the race with the support of Trump, who actually campaigned for him in Dayton last weekend, saying Bernie's a fantastic guy. He's got some very tough Democrat fake treatment right now. Yeah, don't leave me alone. Bernie, Ohio needs you to defeat your horrendous radical left Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown, who pretends he's my best friend. So again, we'll pull up some of the numbers out of Arizona. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Pulled up the numbers as they're coming in. Let's see, about 65% reporting in Arizona for their primary. 43 Arizona delegates available. Donald Trump with 76.3%. That means 43 of those delegates. Nikki Haley with 20% of the vote. Ron DeSantis, 1.7%. There were actually a few thousand people that voted for Chris Christie. Okay. Under the industry headlines, speaking of the state of Arizona, with an annual safety enforcement blitz underway, truck drivers traveling through Arizona over the next couple days may notice an increase in police presence around one port of entry along I-10. Yeah, they started Tuesday, this past day, in collaboration with the Arizona Department of Public Safety and the FMCSA, what they're calling a concentrated commercial vehicle safety enforcement detail at and around the Ehrenberg port of entry. They're calling it Operation Full House, the mission of the two-day campaign to ensure safe, secure, efficient commercial transportation across Arizona. According to state officials, over 50 commercial vehicle inspectors, which would be made up of Arizona DOT Enforcement and Compliance Division and AZDPS state troopers, assisting with the enforcement blitz there. Special emphasis on motor carrier safety regulations, including driver qualification, hours of service, and overall safe operation. We will be targeting moving violations, distracted driving, and seatbelt violations while conducting commercial vehicle inspections. All right, the port of entry, this is along I-10 at mile marker 3.5, right there near the California state line. That blitz will continue through the day ahead of us Wednesday. Now, they held a similar enforcement campaign back in this past November, and that was in multiple ports of entry. According to the data from the state police, over a 3-day span, officers performed inspections on 639 commercial vehicles there. So they're out there working. Meanwhile, a bipartisan effort in the House and the Senate looking to standardize the Transportation Security Administration's security clearance process for transportation workers, including truck drivers. In the Senate is S. 3959, introduced Thursday, March the 14th. The House version, H.R. 5840, was introduced back in September. This aims to streamline the process, noting that right now it's pretty common, apparently, for many truckers, applicants, to have to apply for more than one security clearance program using the same background check paperwork and fees. This looks to cut through the red tape, streamline the process, so workers can get back to moving goods across America, not wasting time and money. The current TSA policies oftentimes require separate applications for required credentials like the TWIC card, the Transportation Worker Identification Credential, and your hazmat endorsement. Even though the TSA conducts a security threat assessment for each program, and over the years, I've spoken to many drivers complaining about why do I have to go in for the fingerprint? Like, my fingerprints have changed since the last time we went in. Montana's truckers and transportation workers fuel our economy. Forcing these folks to face expensive, redundant security certifications is a waste of time and money. That was one of those. John Tester of Montana one of those who introduced the bill. In the House bill is also a bipartisan effort. 13 Democrat co-sponsors, 9 Republican co-sponsors at this point in time. Now, although that bill was introduced back in September, it has gained a bit of momentum recently. A handful of co-sponsors in the month of March. 5 others had signed on back in February. But this bill has the endorsement of a number of organizations, including the American Trucking Association, the National Propane Gas Association, the Border Trade Alliance, the National Tank Truck Carriers, Mississippi Trucking Association, the Association of American Railroads, American Short Line and Regional Railroad Association, and several others. 8 before the hour. And we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. What's on the mind of the inbred redneck?
Oh, buddy, I tell you what, it's been a great week. Don't you think so, buddy?
Well, buddy, we're only halfway there. It's only hump day.
Yeah, a lot of people look down on the day, but I tell you what, all this stuff happening this week, it's a great week to be alive.
Yeah, right.
It's one of the greater weeks of my life. I'll put it that way as far as financial gains and whatnot. Buddy, what the press says and what actually happens and everything else on the financial markets sometimes don't exactly pan out and work out the way that they say that it works out, you know. Daggone. The one thing I've learned is once you start hearing a bunch of good news about something, buddy, you better watch out that something. So, over the weekend, I sold off all my Bitcoin, buddy.
Oh, yeah?
Thank God. Yep. Had the flash crash, on Monday. It was Monday. Bitcoin actually trading at $8,900 for a little while, buddy. I don't know if you was aware of that or not.
89,000? It jumped up to 89,000?
No, 8,900, buddy. 8,900. So, we're sitting at almost 63 right now. I sold out Saturday, bought back in earlier today at 62. So I stuck about 28,000 in my pocket, over the week, which ain't too bad. But I'm going to tell you this, and there's a lot of people out there that they say, oh, God, look at the price, so I can't afford that. You can buy pieces of Bitcoin. And you don't have to buy the full coin.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever money you got, you go on there and you just buy, whatever play money you got. And I ain't saying go out and mortgage your house just to get in on Bitcoin, but what I'm telling you is that don't risk anything that you can't afford to lose. But within 1 month, Steve, there's going to be the Bitcoin fever is going to hit. It's going to be everywhere, buddy.
Uh-huh.
You remember when the Bitcoin fever hit before? The Dogecoin fever hit before, buddy.
Well, there's been numerous occasions where you've had a big jump and then a crash, and right now, what it went from 65,000 down to 61, 62, something like that right now today. I mean, it's very, very volatile.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs, but, I mean, there's a lot of risk with it. But I'm telling people right now, if you ever even thought about getting into it, probably today is the day. Because in a month, the halvening is happening. And basically what that is where the Bitcoin blockchain only produces half as much Bitcoin as it was the year before. No matter how you work the blockchain through the computer mining method, there's only going to be half of the Bitcoin produced than the year before, and that's what's happening.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pause on that thought because we got to get a news break, but we'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. The Supreme Court has indefinitely blocked Texas from enforcing a law that would let state officials arrest and hold people they suspect of entering the U.S. illegally. Shortly after that decision was announced, Abbott issued a statement saying that, quote, Texas will continue utilizing every tool and strategy to respond to this Biden-made border crisis, unquote. When no one is running against you, it's pretty easy to win. Russian President Vladimir Putin will rule for the next 6 years after he won yesterday's Russian election. Most anyone that would have opposed him was either dead, in jail, exiled from the country, or banned from running. One very brave journalist called Putin out on it.
Mr. President, journalist Evan Gershkovich spent this election in prison. Boris Nadezhdin, who opposes your war in Ukraine, wasn't allowed to stand against you. And Alexei Navalny died in one of your prisons during your campaign. Mr. President, is this what you call democracy?
Putin responded in Russian, that's life. The Israeli military has attacked a hospital they believe is being used by Hamas as a stronghold for terrorist activity. Gaza's health ministry said that there were several casualties reported, Hamas accusing Israel of striking at targets without regard for the patients or medical staff inside. The Biden administration is planning to meet with Israeli officials soon. That meeting expected to take place in Washington, where leaders will discuss options to military ground attacks in the city of Rafah. More than 1 million Palestinians right now are stranded and suffering from catastrophic levels of hunger. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Easter is right around the corner, and it should be a happy time. Unfortunately, the price of an Easter staple, chocolate, is going up. Both Hershey and Cadbury have announced that they might have to raise the prices on their chocolate confections because of the rising price of cocoa. Apparently, torrential rainstorms in cocoa-growing regions have caused issues with production. President and CEO of the Hershey Company, Michelle Buck, said, "Given where cocoa prices are, we will be using every tool in our toolbox, including pricing, as a way to manage the business." Richard Simmons apologizing after posts he made on social media causing people to think he was dying. The fitness guru, who is 75, posted on X, "I have some news to tell you. Please don't be sad. I am dying." The truth is we all are. Why am I telling you this? Because I want you to enjoy your life to the fullest every single day. Well, Richard isn't dying and realized his mistake after reporters contacted him and the internet blew up that he just announced his impending death. And again, he's not dying. Prices at the pump going up again. Experts think they will keep going up in the coming weeks and months. The national average for a regular gallon of gasoline is $3.48, up by 40 cents since mid-January. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Welcome back. Or maybe welcome aboard. A new day coming on. Hey, Lauren Weiss. Gonna try to get some rest as me and the hot blonde wife are rolling out of the Weiss compound about 4 o'clock Thursday morning. We'll be live and in person Friday. We'll be by to see Steve at some point. Looking forward to seeing all of you attending the Mid-America Truck Show. Safe travels to all from the two-time Hall of Famer. Hello to Gary Bucks. Gary, you heading down to Louisville? Or maybe up to Louisville from your destination? I saw Gary last year for the first time in a while. Hope all's going well. Maybe we'll see you this weekend. Buckeye Boy, what do we got? Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. Burr, 41 degrees. Not going to be able to make it to Louisville, but I do have to go west Thursday. Hope everybody has a great time. Hope all goes well. I'll try and catch some of the show live. Made it back about 9:15 p.m. I am wiped out after catching up on paperwork. I've got to meet with an accountant tomorrow. Get ready for my trip. So have a great night, everybody. And be careful out there. Hello to Jerry Spencer, who says, good morning. Heat wave here in Lost Wages, Nevada. Let's see. Drove up to Phoenix with dispatches wondering one thing. Why? Well, they told me to. I might be spending the night in Sin City. We'll find out in 30 minutes or so. What's going on? Lack of communication? Is that the scenario? All right, I'm going to get back to the inbred redneck. I pulled up CoinDesk, and I hadn't really been paying attention, but I guess just about a week ago, was it last Thursday, Bitcoin was just shy of $74,000, tumbled over 15% below 63,000 by early Tuesday. Then bounced back to close to 65,000 from the overnight lows. But they say the upcoming Federal Reserve meeting concluding today, Wednesday, is looming large over the crypto market to decide whether this so-called correction is over. Now, the correction followed hotter than expected inflation readings in the U.S. last week, which could curb the central bank's willingness to ease their monetary policy. Yeah, in other words, further delaying interest rate cuts. One quote, the market unanimously expects rates to stay unchanged, but will pay close attention to adjustments to the dot plot, as cuts may be delayed on the backdrop of persistently high inflation. Now, what is the dot plot? The dot plot is the Fed committee members' outlook on interest rates over the next year, offering investors kind of a glimpse into the policymakers' expectations. Bitcoin's price decline, coupled with disappointing flows into the U.S.-listed Bitcoin ETFs in the last few days, partly due to investors being wary of taking risk before the conclusion of the Federal Open Market Committee meeting, the Fed meeting. A more hawkish message from the Fed could curb investors' appetite for risk assets like cryptocurrencies, weighing on prices and maybe elongating the correction. That to me sounds like today's going to be one of those you don't know what's going to happen kind of days. Redneck?
Yeah, it could be a big bloodbath or whatever, buddy. You know, but that's why I'm saying today is the day. But, you know, if they come out with bad news, which it sounds like they're going to, I think they're going to freeze the interest rate exactly where it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they retrace or, lower the interest rate, they're just saying all the stuff that the Fed has done isn't working. If they kindly just sit on what they got, they're going to say, oh, well, it's working. We just need a bit more time. to let everything pan out. And, you know, there'll be some people that don't understand some markets that say, well, you know, if the Fed is saying, you know, everything is doom and gloom, then we shouldn't get into Bitcoin. Well, the reason Bitcoin was invented was as a hedge against what the Fed does. A hedge against funny money made by these governments, you know. So I believe the principles are still there.
Okay.
The key principles to make this the best year ever for Bitcoin. You know, last week I told you, Steve, I see $100,000 Bitcoin in the future. I'm totally changing that, buddy. I am seeing $250,000 Bitcoins in the future.
Okay.
That's why I bought back
Wow.
in today. Yes. And I'm thinking it's happening this year, buddy. This year. So, you know, I've lost money at this, but I've made a lot more than I've lost. So, you know, for whatever it's worth. Now, if you want to believe some crazy loon living on Raven Rock in Jenkins, Kentucky, and take his financial advice, that's up to you. But I'm just putting my point of view out there. Now, Steve ain't got nothing to do with it.
No.
That's right. That's right. And, hey, if you're looking for another investment that is safe and secure, buddy, I will tell you this. You can't go wrong with getting some of that Hot Shot Secret stuff.
There you go.
Put that in your
I'll be
motor.
on board with that.
Put that in your motor. That's right, brother. That's right. But, yeah, Steve, I mean, I think this is going to be one of the greatest years for crypto that has ever been seen. It's a little bit slow going. It's taking its time, but I'm telling you, within a month, buddy, you're going to have so many calls about crypto and everything else that you'll be pulling your hair out over it, buddy. It's happening, and people may be unaware of the markets and say, well, you know, there's a bunch of numbers and quantum computing's coming along and AI, and hey, I typed in on ChatGPT 4 today, asking about crypto.
Yeah.
It said good investment, Steve. Good investment, buddy. So, I think we're going to be all right. I think the inbred redneck's going to be all right. I think everybody out there will be all right. And I hope everybody gets enjoyment, success. I want everybody to achieve. You know, that's the thing about me, buddy. I think a rising tide, you know, lifts all ships. That's why I've been out there, buddy. I've been out there kissing babies, shaking hands, groping wives and changing lives, buddy. I know the big primaries happening today, and you might not hear much about me, but I guarantee you in November, you'll be saying that inbred redneck should be president.
There you go.
Perhaps, buddy, we're gonna ramp this up. You know, some of these TV stations and radio stations and whatnot, they just won't take my money, Steve. I don't know if they don't take me seriously or what, buddy. But dang on, what's wrong with the world today when they won't take your money for an honest political candidate? I think the system may be rigged. You know?
Well, I mean, maybe the key there was honest political candidate. I think that's that was the kicker, but inbred redneck for president. Very good. Redneck, be careful what kind of advice you take from artificial intelligence. If you didn't catch it here earlier this week, a consulting firm commissioned by the U.S. State Department published a report that recommends the creation of a new government agency to mitigate the impending threat posed by artificial intelligence. We're talking something akin to an extinction-level artificial intelligence threat. Yes, something akin to the original Terminator movie. According to Gladstone AI, government involvement with the development of AI is needed to prevent urgent growing risks to national security that could eventually result in an, and I quote, extinction-level threat to the human race. The report entitled An Action Plan to Increase the Safety and Security of Advanced AI. The 250-page report commissioned by the State Department just prior to the release of ChatGPT, which was the first interaction many Americans had with publicly available artificial intelligence. Gladstone AI observed the public's interaction with ChatGPT and drew several conclusions, particularly as it pertains to the next stage in AI evolution. AGI, or artificial general intelligence, is described as a transformative technology with profound implications for democratic governance and global security. AGI is an advanced AI system that can outperform humans across all economic and strategically relevant domains, such as producing practical long-term plans that are likely to work under real-world conditions. The nightmare scenario the report envisions would be the loss of control, a potential failure mode under which a future AI system could become so capable that it escapes all human effort to contain its impact. This is, real life, science fiction, Terminator, and there's been a number of Hollywood visions of the computers taking over. And if you'll just reminisce back before the passing of Stephen Hawking, he warned, he gave dire warnings that artificial intelligence could be the demise of the human race. It's freaky stuff, but hey, it's 844-844-3388. On the brighter side, it's a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I know just because you see it on the internet doesn't mean it's real. That I am very aware. But sometimes rumors do become reality. And if that would be the case, there could actually be a NASCAR race that I'd be willing to tune into. Rumor is Dale Earnhardt Jr. making a comeback with his team at Hendrick Motorsports. Seems like it. Hendrick Motorsports just teased something big on their Twitter, showing a mystery person wearing Dale Jr.'s iconic gloves. What's the scoop? Which race might he be gearing up for? And what's the reason behind the buzz? Nothing is set in stone yet. Word on the street is it may be Dale Jr. participating in an all-star race. Hendricks Motorsports stirred the pot on Twitter with a short 11-second clip teasing something's coming. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, Dale Jr. download. The video gave the audience a peek at the bottom half of a driver strutting towards the lens in a National Guard racing suit, tweaking his pant cuffs, all while rocking those unmistakable skeleton gloves. So you put the pieces together, it looks like Dale Jr. might jump back into the driver's seat for a NASCAR Cup Series event. Odds are it's the NASCAR All-Star Race at North Wilkesboro, happening May the 17th through the 19th. It's kind of adding up. He would be filling in for Kyle Larson, who's probably going to be tied up with the first 2 days of qualifying for the Indianapolis 500 on May 18th and 19th. Okay, that would make some sense. And obviously, NASCAR would be up for any sort of plot or ploy to try to get people tuning in or even showing up for racing events. Well, Mr. Horse Feathers, is that you?
Yes, sir. I guess we got to start out today by doing, hey, Mike, what day is it? What? Do you know what day it is, Your Honor?
It feels like a Friday, but I believe it is Hump Day.
Yeah, it's the hump day before the truck show, Your Honor.
Yes.
So this is the last time I'll be on the air with you this week here, live and in person in the air, on the air, in the air, on the air, whatever we're doing here.
In the coming days, folks, there's a good chance people will see some guy named Horse Feathers in the background on the screen doing this and doing that around the booth.
Possibly that. Possibly if you even have a extra free second or two, might even be on the real camera and behind a mic.
Absolutely.
That's happened before.
Yes.
So anyways, so did I hear Inbred Redneck right? Is he going to be out there kissing hands and shaking babies? Is that what I heard him say?
Something akin to that, and groping wives.
And groping wives and that. Hey, speaking of that, can I do a one-time shout-out to Lauren Weiss there, the hot blonde wife? Can I do a one-time shout-out there that way?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Maybe I get in trouble if I did that.
If all goes according to plan, you might get to shake his hand this weekend.
There you go. Maybe even her hand.
Yes.
Maybe I'll give her a kiss on the hand there just to be sweet or something.
Just don't be
nobody's watching.
Don't be groping.
Yeah,
don't be an inbred redneck. Yes, right.
No, not like the inbred redneck there. Yeah, no, only use one hand, not two. Not like, yeah. Anyway, well, we better stop this. We're going to get ourselves in trouble here. You're going to get me in trouble or something.
So is the wife looking forward to getting you out of the house? Has she got your bags packed for you, all sitting by the door? Or?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know. We were trying to figure out. She was going to take me to the airport and then pick me up later, and I don't know, everything going on. Her making 2 round trips to the airport and me only making 1 round trip by dragging the old truck down. I guess the old truck's going to go down and set down at the airport in the parking lot for a couple of days. So I guess we're going to do that. And of course, we have to go see the cardiologist here in about 8 hours and make sure we got clearance to go there. So make sure that he says that the heart's okay to fly. And I imagine by the time I fly from Baltimore to Louisville there, my arms will be tired, right? So you got to make sure the heart can keep up. But anyway, what else we got going for you? I don't know. We had something going. I can't remember now. But anyways, so is Monkey Gouger, is he getting there on Wednesday or is he getting there Thursday? What day is he?
He's on the road right now, and what did he just say? They came through Greensboro, South Carolina here a bit ago. They're rolling all night. He's planning to roll into Louisville later this morning, Wednesday morning.
Okay. Well, I guess there might be a little more setting up to do. I guess I guess he'll have a way he could get in with the Hot Shot Secret people, or somebody get a VIP or a vendor badge or something to get in there, can he? When they're setting up, generally they're not even checking badges. Everybody just coming in and out. You're bringing all the equipment in. They don't start checking badges till Thursday. Okay. All right. Well, as far as I know, I'm not sure exactly what time I'm supposed to be there, but I know it'll be before the general admission show opening. But as I say, I got the mud flap there. They gave me the courtesy VIP invitation there. So when I get there, I guess I can go straight from the airport and get started in the show and get around a little bit. So I can get in a little bit early to do that.
Well, the good thing about flying into Louisville is when you land at the airport, all you do is cross the damn street and you're there. That's it. Did we lose Horse Feathers?
You certainly don't.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
You may have faded out for a moment there. Well, hold that thought. Well, let's get our news break in here.
USA News update. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing, according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We are working 24/7, leaning in and trying to make sure that we get that hostages, so that we have a temporary ceasefire, so that we can get that all important aid into Gaza.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia and Egypt this week as part of diplomatic efforts. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in to begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility Tuesday. Navarro found guilty of contempt of Congress last year. The FBI reports a continued decline in crime rates across the U.S. Recent data for the fourth quarter of 2023 indicates a 6% decrease in reported violent crime compared to the previous year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, so midweek coming on here. Hump Day, counting down to Louisville. Keeping an eye on the weather. Things looking pretty good. We could see a few showers. Say like a 50% chance of rain on Friday now. So maybe keep an umbrella handy. But as far as looking ahead toward the weekend, might be a good weekend for horse feathers to not be on the East Coast. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Forecasters are tracking a storm that's thousands of miles from the Pacific coast that could potentially bring the next significant round of severe weather to portions of the plains, the Mississippi, Tennessee, and Ohio valleys coming up next week. It's going to bring areas of low elevation and mountain snow to the west coast. Coming up this weekend, storm then reorganizes, pushes inland over the southern Rockies, then onto the southern plains early next week. The active jet stream and the injection of warm, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico is going to energize this system, and that's going to be your typical springtime eruption of showers and thunderstorms. Now, the orientation of the jet stream and the storm track, that's going to be the determining factor, the nature, the location, what the scope of this severe weather for the first part of next week might be. The risk of severe weather erupting from parts of Texas and Oklahoma to the lower and middle Mississippi Valley from late Sunday to Monday, and from the lower and mid-Mississippi Valley to parts of the Ohio Valley interior southeast, Monday into Tuesday. Precise areas of severe weather will be subject, obviously, to change over the next several days. But at this point, models indicate all modes of severe weather are possible. Strong winds, flash flooding, large hail, and possibly tornadoes. Thus far this year, the count of tornado reports is indeed running above the historical average by nearly 36 storms. As of Sunday, this past, there have been 140 tornado reports versus the historical average. This year is well behind last year's 267 tornado reports, though. On the storm's colder flank, we could see some accumulating snow from the Colorado Rockies, Utah's Wasatch Range, to the Dakotas, Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and the UP of Michigan, starting late this weekend into early next week. So be keeping an eye on things there. Meanwhile, he kind of faded away. Last thing we left off, I was saying, well, the good thing about flying into Louisville is, you jump in a rental car, and all you do is pretty much cross, is it over or under the highway there, right into the Freedom Hall.
Yeah, somehow or another you do that. You go around a couple ramps and loop, and
there you
come around, and yeah, you're right there as long as you go around the loop the right way and you figure it out. So otherwise you end up somewhere, I don't know, but we'll get it figured out. We did it a couple years ago there with that Mustang, so it'd be interesting to see what we get for a vehicle this year. And we did it through Costco there, so we got an upgrade program with that. So we'll see what we end up with, what kind of hot rod we get there.
See, if Horse Feathers rolls in and he's going to roll in an electric vehicle.
There you go. We'll see what the princess will ride in this year, right? When she forgets her ID to go in the bar. Yeah. Because the princess, she won't be able to get in the bars there, leaving the ID there at the hotel room. But anyways, yeah. So I guess here they're talking pretty good rain there on Saturday. They got 90% chance of rain all predicted up for Saturday here. So we'll see what goes on with that. Maybe it'll all be done by the time I get back, but it's supposed to be downright cold for Sunday morning after that, I guess. So I guess because I'm not going to stick around for the tractor pull. I'm going to fly out Saturday afternoon there.
Are you? Okay.
So about time the show ends. Yeah. I got to get back so I can actually got to make sure I'm back out on the road for Monday morning there. So I got to get a little bit of sleep Sunday before so it wouldn't work out there the other way.
Yeah.
But anyways, and there wasn't any reason to stay one more night in the hotel down there either. So that's kind of the way all that panned out.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But, yeah. So here, a couple things in the news there. What was this deal? I saw the news kind of teasing about that President Trump said something to upset the Jewish voters or something. Is there something going on with that I didn't know if you caught that at all? The NBC News there
I don't think I caught that, no.
All right. Well, maybe it's something to look into. Maybe something else heard it, and somebody else heard it. But the other thing I saw there, somebody posted up there that these self-checkout lines at like Walmart and stuff, that they're going to make you start paying to check yourself out. If you want to use the self-checkout line, you got to join their membership.
A membership.
So you have to pay them to do the job that the clerk used to do. and I don't know if you have it this way where you're at, but they're starting to outlaw the plastic grocery bags. What we used to call Arkansas tumbleweeds. We used to call them because they came from Walmart there, our Arkansas tumbleweeds. So anyways, they've outlawed them, and if you want to have a sack or a bag or something to carry your goods that you've just purchased from these stores in, they charge you a nickel. Remember when they used to ask you paper or plastic?
Yep.
Well, now they don't offer plastic, but they charge you a nickel to use their paper bag now. So I don't know. I just don't understand, Your Honor. But anyways, that's kind of where that is. But yeah. So maybe if you got any more to expand on that situation with having to pay to check yourself. Just something don't seem right, and then they keep raising the prices because they let the people that don't pay for the groceries just wheel them right out in the carts and go load up their cars with the stuff that they didn't pay for. So I don't know. I just don't understand, Your Honor. But maybe you can get it all figured out and you explain it to me on Thursday. How about it?
That sounds like a plan. All right, we'll see you there, Louisville. Yeah, the story was several days ago, but I had that right here. Yeah, there may be limits on who can use the self-checkouts at Walmart, Target locations. The reality has set in. No matter how much they try, people are taking advantage of the self-checkouts. I saw one where they caught on video a woman at the self-checkout had a big box, like a $50 box of Pampers. And she had picked up, what was it, a little pack of Kool-Aid. The little pouch, and she was holding that little pouch right there where the scan for the Pampers were. So in other words, she scanned a $50 box of Pampers, and of course it rang up at like 15 cents for a powdered pack of Kool-Aid. That's the techniques that these thieves are using. So some shoppers reporting around the country, many of the self-checkout lanes have been closed at various Walmarts around the country. One says, this is the second time this week I've gone to Walmart. This is a different Walmart, and it's right about this time, and all the self-checkouts are closed. They've started to open up the regular lines again. Now, according to one post, at least one Walmart has a sign blocking the self-checkout lanes that says, "Attention, this self-checkout is for Spark shoppers and Walmart Scan and Go only." Walmart Scan and Go is only available for Walmart Plus members, which is a paid subscription. Senior manager at corporate communications at Walmart said customers may see changes to their self-checkout lanes. From time to time, our stores adjust the use of staffed checkouts and self-checkouts. For example, a store might start or end the day with staffed checkouts. As the number of shoppers and associate staffing increases, they may open self-checkout registers to manage the increased customer flow. This is not a new process. On the Today program, they said the Walmart store managers are permitted to run their store in a manner that works best for their employees and customers. But they're not alone in self-checkout limits. Target is also reportedly limiting the use of their self-checkouts. Some customers expressing concerns over closed self-checkout lanes and not enough cashiers available to check out the customers. I mean, that was, if you go back, that was the premise of self-checkout was. For years and years, we can go all the way back to, remember the Kmart days when you'd get in line and they would actually have 10 or 12 open, but you'd be lined up 4, 5, 6 people deep in every lane. So self-checkout was helped to speed up the process, especially for people who had just a limited number of items. I think that would be one potential way to limit the self-checkouts to 10 items or less, something of that nature. You see people going up with a whole cartload of groceries at a self-checkout. I mean, that's a royal pain in the you-know-what. But I digress. It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, 5-7?
Well, Trump, to fill in for Horse Feathers, was saying that if you're Jewish, vote Democrat, then you're hating Israel. You're coming against Israel because of Democrats' policies. And of course, Biden's on there making a big hoop to do. The news media's making a big hoop. And the Jewish councils and all of that, they're making a, anti-Semite, I'm sorry, because the whole time they're telling everything that Donald Trump said, I'm sitting there.
Yeah.
Yep. He's telling the truth. So, I do got to ask this one question. Somebody, go back and see how many Jews voted for Hitler. The politics was so screwed up back then. The Nazis actually seemed to be the only ones that was going to hold a little bit of sanity in the country. And a lot of people thought that was the best way to go because it was, riot after riot through all the different sects that was going through Germany at the time. So, and of course Trump didn't say none of that, but that's
right.
My question. The way it looks like right now, he didn't say anything wrong. Well, the other thing he had him on because that's the thing is, Trump said that he's going to pardon all the January 6ers, and which is justification in me because it was, anti-conservative rulings. David Navarro, or whatever his name is, going to jail for 4 months. This is what I've seen on the news tonight. Oh, and it's terrible because it's going into a, white-collar, low-security prison, where country club type, attitude. Contempt of Congress. You had Nancy Pelosi. You had Dick Cheney's daughter up there. You had, go down to Adam Schiff was on there. Contempt of Congress. Absolutely. And by the way, they've already went back to try to find, to hold these people accountable for this cheat, which is something Democrats still like to do. They like to lynch black people and white Republicans, and that's true history of lynching. And you know what? They can't find the records, things that Nancy Pelosi said or Adam Schiff.
All the depositions, all the depositions disappeared. Correct. They were somehow they got erased from the records.
And a man's going to jail for 4 months. Who, by the way, last I heard, did they erase? Was it the Fifth Amendment? So, and you know what? This is all before I got my first cup of coffee drank. And I woke up. So I think I'm going to sleep in about a half hour longer and skip the insanity. But it's a sad time. Listen, they're scared to death. Donald Trump's going to get out. I'm worried to death this thing about New York. You talk about legal theft, what they're doing to him and what this woman's doing. I hope these people understand there is a heaven and there is a hell. And when they're standing before the Creator, there's not going to be a Democrat or there's not going to be a Republican representative there. You know what? You better get it right with Jesus Christ. You have your sins covered. And hopefully give him the opportunity to work on your heart, because false accusations on what they've done to these people and what they've done to Trump, and still nothing. So there's no courts. No, surely there's a judge or people that see this is wrong, but they're letting it happen. A man going to jail for nothing more than standing up on his constitutional rights.
And then Hunter
Donald Trump.
What did Hunter Biden do there? 5'7". What did he do? Identical. But they opt to not charge Hunter. Contempt of Congress? It's 844-844-3388. The story of a truck driver that finds himself in a rather precarious situation in the state of Illinois. What would you do? We'll give you the rest of the story right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So his name is Winston Johnson. Winston's route from Arkansas to Michigan coming to a halt when an Illinois state trooper stopped his semi at a weigh station on northbound I-57 south of Marion. It was the first time driving through southern Illinois for Johnson. He was just in his third week with Evergreen Freight. Johnson figured, well, this is just a routine hiccup on his journey to owning a truck someday. Rather, an unscheduled 2-day stop in the region through no fault of his own may have crushed his entire dream. He says, I'm pretty much kidnapped here, held hostage, and so something happens with the truck. They're breaching my contract, a contract that he says Evergreen hasn't given him a copy of after working there for almost a month. It's a contract that would have given Johnson the chance to lease the truck and later own it. Have we heard these scenarios before? Saturday, Illinois State Patrol trooper stopping Johnson as he passed through the weigh station with the scales checking out. But the truck's registration plate provided by Evergreen was fake. Trooper tells Johnson this is the second time he's stopped the truck due to a phony registration. He proceeds to say, no, I stopped this truck with the last guy in it with a fake registration. He said, let me see your registration. I showed it to him, and in 2 seconds, he proceeded to tell me it's fake. Apparently, Johnson's not the only driver with a fake registration plate. Johnson says a fellow driver currently in Pennsylvania sent him a picture of his truck's registration plate. Yeah, the trooper said, that's fake as well. He said, now you have to get the registration out the window because your truck is out of service and you can't move. Johnson continued recounting what the trooper told him, saying, and just to let you know, this company that you work for has been doing some shady stuff since I've been seeing them come through here. Over the weekend, Johnson tried calling several people, including a fleet manager and a dispatcher. Manager unable to be reached. Dispatcher took down his info and said he'd get it to the company. Now, Johnson's a commercial truck driver for the last 10 years, including the last 3 as a semi-driver. He said Evergreen owes him about $9,000 for the work he's done over the past 3 weeks. Friday, he received a pay stub from Evergreen showing the gross pay, deductions, and net pay. The woman that he spoke to assured him his money would be in within an hour of the phone call. He was still waiting to get paid as of Sunday. Finds himself stuck in southern Illinois without any chance of leaving his truck and its load. With time on his hands, he started researching and asking questions to brokers working with this company. The research leads him to believe he's being shorted on his pay on top of not being paid. The load I was going to get paid $1,800. I called the broker and asked, "Can you tell me how much this load's worth?" And he said $2,350. Told the broker about his situation and is warning them about doing business with Evergreen. I said, "So you took money off the top of the load, then you're still going to charge me 12% and all the actual fees for the truck and the insurance and whatnot?" Either way, the Illinois Secretary of State's office said they would be coming down to that weigh station to provide Johnson with some legitimate registration plates for the truck. But what do you do? The shady characters out there, I'm telling you. We'll get back to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388. First, a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Donald Trump is pressing his case for receiving presidential immunity in his federal election interference lawsuit. His legal team, representing the former president, has submitted a brief to the Supreme Court asserting that Trump should be granted absolute immunity for any official actions he took while in office. They argue that presidents cannot effectively carry out their duties if they are susceptible to criminal prosecution for their official actions after leaving office. The court is scheduled to hear oral arguments on the case on April 25th. The Supreme Court has granted permission for Texas to implement a new law empowering local police to detain individuals they suspect to be residing in the country unlawfully. Initially greenlighted by the High Court, the law was promptly halted following a lawsuit from the White House, which argued it encroaches upon the federal government's sole jurisdiction over immigration matters. However, Tuesday, the court has ruled that the law may be enacted while legal proceedings unfold in lower courts. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing. That's according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We are working 24/7, leaning in and trying to make sure that we get the hostages so that we have a temporary ceasefire so that we can get that all-important aid into Gaza.
Additionally, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia and Egypt this week as part of a diplomatic effort related to the conflict. The senior generals responsible for overseeing the deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan appearing before Congress Tuesday. Mark Milley is the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
On 14 August, the non-combatant evacuation operation decision was made by the Department of State. It is my assessment that decision came too late.
The testimony to the House Foreign Affairs Committee comes in the wake of the terrorist attack at the Kabul airport that claimed the lives of 13 American service members. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
It looks like Congress will sidestep a partial government shutdown. Congressional leaders have reached an agreement with the White House on funding for the Department of Homeland Security, a key issue in passing 6 major spending bills before Friday's deadline. House Speaker Mike Johnson announced the deal Tuesday, stating that both chambers will swiftly address the legislation. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in to begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility. Navarro was found guilty of contempt of Congress last year for refusing to comply with subpoenas issued by the Democrat-led House committee investigating the U.S. Capitol attack. Prior to his surrender, Navarro characterized the case against him as an unprecedented assault on the constitutional separation of powers. The FAA chief emphasizes that Boeing must prioritize enhancing safety standards. Speaking to NBC News, FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker expressed concern that Boeing's safety procedures do not align with expectations if safety holds the utmost importance.
There are issues around the safety culture in Boeing, that their priorities have been on production and not on safety and quality.
Whitaker's remarks follow an FAA audit of Boeing prompted by an incident where the door plug of an Alaska Airlines operated Boeing 737 MAX 9 aircraft blew out mid-flight. And Konstantin Koltsov, a former NHL player, is dead after what appears to be a suicide near Miami. Police have confirmed that he likely jumped from the balcony at a hotel. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
like that, we kick off another hour. So welcome back. Welcome aboard. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. In regards to inbred rednecks conversation, I got an email that says, Steve, I was listening to people discussing the financial stability worldwide. And there were two highly respected economists agreeing with what the redneck had to say there. More countries, including the United States, might implement this digital currency. And if so, if they do, they expect crypto to skyrocket. Now, redneck's kind of changed his tune from, Bitcoin may hit 100,000 this year. He's saying it could be 200. It could be 250,000. All right. Meanwhile, we've all been following the ongoing demise in Haiti. Things continue to get worse and worse. The Dominican Republic doing all they can to shore up their barrier because they share that tiny island with Haiti, trying to keep thousands of refugees from spilling into their country. Meanwhile, I did just briefly mention last evening that we do have another neighbor to our south in Cuba, where things are rapidly deteriorating there as well. Cuba, they say, is now on the verge of total collapse as the country's been hit by blackouts, residents taking to the streets, calling for food and power. The crisis has seen the Cuban government approach the United Nations for aid to address the food shortage as the island goes through the harshest economic crisis in 30 years. The communist regime is resorting to hitherto unseen cries for help to other countries. Now, the country's been hit by U.S. restrictions, a weak tourism industry, decaying domestic product, which has left the proud independent nations, brought them to their knees. In an article for Bloomberg, author Juan Pablo Spinetto writes that the situation has brought a rare display of social unrest. The last time this happened, in July of 21, the regime contained it with crushing force at the time. Now, he said the economic situation is a huge challenge for the Communist Party of Cuba that has controlled this nation's life since Fidel Castro's revolution in 1959. Despite the archaic embargo posed on the nation by the U.S. during the Cold War, it is not responsible for the food shortage since Cuba has been able to import more than $7 billion worth of agricultural produce since 2001. He also said the U.S. embargo is not responsible for the departure of 5% of Cuba's population, more than 500,000 residents, between 2021 and 23. He said these are young, educated Cubans escaping hunger, economic mismanagement, and political repression. Political change, which must come within Cuban society, threatens the survival of the regime and the future of the revolution. Cuba on the verge of total collapse. Now, they say this situation represents a significant test for the region and an opportunity, too. Yet the most foreseeable, the most likely scenario now is one of uncertainty and chaos. In a bid to close an 18.5% of GDP budget hole and skyrocketing inflation, deeply unpopular austerity measures are being implemented by the government, including a 500% gasoline hike. Cuba. It is 844-844-3388. See what Eagle has going on this Wednesday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, I didn't think you was on the radio or the air tonight. Well, you're not gonna be tomorrow. You're gonna be at the truck show. You're not gonna be on tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night will be pre-recorded, yes, and then we'll be the what we do at the show Thursday, Friday, Saturday will play back during those respective nights.
Oh, okay. So you won't be back on until Sunday night. With a live show until Sunday night.
It'll be Monday night.
Okay, yeah, Monday. Well, yeah. Well, the show starts midnight. Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah. I forgot to ask you that last night. If when you were supposed to go to the show. Yeah, I just happened to be looking at Facebook and saw you on Facebook tonight. I wasn't expecting the call tonight, but yeah, Steve. I wish I could get to the truck show, brother. I ain't never been to one. I've been to the one in Dallas, but I ain't never been to the one in Louisville. So maybe next year, if I get lucky, I might be able to get to one of these. Get to the one in Louisville, see what's going on. But I'll definitely be at the one in Dallas if they have one this year. Definitely gonna be in Dallas. Check that one out. See what's going on, with some of this new technology and stuff, this what's the newest trucks and everything. So, yeah, I'm interested in that, what they got to offer nowadays. But like I said, everything is overpriced, Steve, these electric vehicles. Joe Biden, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve, to try to push these electric vehicles. They already see that these things are nothing but a failure. Nobody, they don't have enough outputs for these things on the road. You don't went over this night after night about electric vehicles and the problems that they have with the batteries. You got to stop every couple of hours, charge the damn thing up. If you're taking a road trip from Cincinnati down to Florida, how many times you'd have to stop, Steve, before you get to Florida, Daytona Beach, or Miami, wherever the hell you're going? It makes no sense, Steve. It makes no sense for the electric vehicles. Like I told you before, you'll never see me driving one. I promise you that. You think I'm gonna spend my money on an overpriced car with no damn motor in it? It's just a joke, Steve. To spend $60,000, $70,000 for a vehicle with no damn motor, that's just stupid. So,
hey, they came out. I'm going to share the rest. I'm going to share the rest of the story coming up. Yesterday, Tuesday, the Clean Freight Coalition just came out with how much it's going to cost this country to electrify the trucking fleet. If you had to wager a guess, it's $1 trillion. $1 trillion is going to be the cost.
Oh my God, that'll be the dumbest move they ever. Come on, Steve. Most truck drivers driving 600-700 miles a day. Now there's no way you're gonna be able to drive 500-700 miles a day in an electric truck when you're gonna charge the thing up. And then, like you said, the battery. How many damn batteries is it gonna take to charge an 18-wheeler truck? These people are so stupid. These people are so stupid. It's pathetic, Steve. But yeah. Hopefully you can go over that about truck driving. And like I said, that'll be the biggest mistake they ever made if they put electric batteries in a truck. That's just ridiculous. The amount, and then like you said before, Steve, what a lot of these idiots don't realize on the environment when it comes to the batteries is they think that they save it on the pollution from cars. But when you put these batteries out of these vehicles, they got to go to a dump somewhere, and those batteries are just going to sit there and do even more damage to the atmosphere in the world. So these people are so stupid and ridiculous with these electrified cars. It's nothing but a failure, just like Joe Biden is a failure. He's bought out by he's already bought out by the Chinaman, and that's what the Chinaman wants. They want the electric vehicle. That's what Biden will do, whatever they tell him to do, as long as they keep writing him checks and putting them in his mailbox every week. We've been sold out, Steve. I hate saying that word. That's one of the worst words in the American language, is sold out. When you sell out, that you basically can't get no lower than that, Steve. Almost when you sell, especially if you sell out your own country. This guy here, Steve, I want to explain to people one last time about how dangerous this deal is with Joe Biden, Steve. You just talked about last week. There's a guy in the USA right now, as far as I know. I don't know if they arrested him or not. He should have been arrested. There's a guy who came here a couple of days ago, Steve, from Yemen or one of them other countries that had the nerve to tell the Border Patrol people that he wanted to go get a bomb and go to New York and blow something up and blow up some buildings, kill some people. And yet Joe Biden still continues to have a boy. As we speak right now, Steve, tonight the border is still wide open, brother. Anybody can step into the United States with bad intentions. And like I said before, it's going to happen, Steve. These individuals are already in the country, and you got guys, and some of these guys are even bold enough to tell the Border Patrol and the agents what they got on their mind and what they got planned. And if you think that guy's the only guy, if people think that he's the only guy that's walking around with bad intentions, to keep on thinking that there's more behind him. Every day they stepping in. Down in Haiti right now, they got boys down there that just got out of jailhouse, and they would love to get into the U.S. and raise all kind of hell in the United States. And luckily we got the governor in Florida that's trying to put a stop to it and not let these individuals get into the USA, because these people don't need to be in. These are some very dangerous people, Steve, that are trying to get into the U.S. It's really, like I told you, Steve, I never thought in my life I would see the U.S. being the destruction that we're in right now. But I want to talk about Trump right now, Steve, because it almost hurts me. It almost hurts me to see this man being railroaded like this. Donald Trump, like I said, a lot of people would just go ahead and quit and get the hell out, say the hell with everything. I'm going back to the golf course and play golf and live a good life for the rest of my damn life, instead of dealing with all these bogus trials and dealing with all these bogus fake politicians we got in Washington. Donald Trump is actually sticking through this stuff, and really, that shows you how much he cares about America, because a lot of guys would say the hell with it, the hell with the whole deal, because they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Donald Trump, Steve. It's this Letitia James individual is most disgusting. I can't even look at her on my television. I thought Fani Willis was the rock bottom, Steve. I thought Fani was the rock bottom when it came to bogus judge, but Letitia James takes the cake, Steve. She's gone way, and I do mean way too far. This amount of money, almost $600 million, never in the history. That's right, Steve. Never in the history of the United States has anybody had to post a bond that high. The people don't seem to realize how much money that is, and they talking about cash. Who got that kind of cash laying around that they can go and take to a damn courtroom and give it to that bogus judge? It's just, it's just really sad, Steve. Like I said, Donald Trump, he's trying. They said over 30 banks have turned Donald Trump down. Nobody wants to put their hands on Donald Trump because it's already federalized that if you do business with Donald Trump in this blatant system that they got, they're gonna try to put you out of business. That's why Elon Musk is not trying to help Trump, because he knows if he helps Trump, they're gonna cut the funding for his Tesla vehicles and his space program he got going on. This is a rigged deal, Steve. They got Donald Trump behind the damn 8 ball. I've never seen an individual in my life. I have never seen every turn that Donald Trump makes. Every time you think you hear some good news, the next day something bad happens. I think they got it planned out like that, Steve. When something good happened to Trump, you could best believe the very next day something bad gonna happen. They're gonna make sure of it. Just like they finally decided, the Supreme Court, can you believe it? They finally did the right thing down in Texas, Steve, and allowed Greg Abbott to do his deal and to arrest an individual that's got the nerve to try to come into the USA and place him in jail, because that's exactly what he should be allowed to do. Finally, the Supreme Court made the right move and made that decision and overruled that loser, Joe Biden. They ought to go ahead and overrule the whole deal in the whole USA, that make a law that you can step into the USA, you could be placed under arrest, not just Texas, because this has gone way too far at this point, Steve. and I do mean way too far. Joe Biden has taken it a little bit too far. That's the reason why, Steve, we need to have some kind of way. The system is old and wore out, Steve, when it comes to politics. There has to be a better way that we can get a president impeached, especially when you have a guy that's blatantly trying to destroy the USA like Biden. We already know that the Congress and the Senate Democrats are not going to vote against Biden because they got to kiss his ass to keep their job and get reelected. So they're not going to vote for Biden to be kicked out. They say that the people are the most important people in the United States. The people should have a damn vote. The hell with the Senate and Congress. The people should be allowed to vote on if Biden or whoever the president is kicked out of the White House because he's not getting the job done. And like I said, that's why he continues doing what he's doing, because he knows that he's not going no damn where until November, and he probably won't go nowhere in November if the Democrats got something to do with it. So we have to change this system, especially with the Supreme Court, Steve. That's a system that should have been changed a long time ago. Nobody deserves a lifetime damn job. Nobody deserves a job until they go to the damn graveyard. We need to change that, and we need to change it immediately. If a president can only serve 8 years, then a damn Supreme Court judge should only serve 8 years. As simple as that. But we are not living in 1776 no more. This is 2024. The rules need to be changed because this system is not getting the USA on the right track. The Supreme Court people should be getting the hell out of the office after 8 years. Simple as that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I don't know, 8, 10, 12. Surely there would be a length of time to be a reasonable tenure for a Supreme Court. Now, oddly enough, he mentioned the Supreme Court doing the right thing this past day, allowing, that's a major win for Texas, although it was ever so brief. It was a 6-3 decision. Supreme Court allowing Texas to begin enforcing SB 4 that allows the arrest of illegals. Now, the governor spoke shortly after the Supreme Court's ruling. At the time, he said, we still have to have hearings in the Fifth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, but this is clearly a positive development. Now, here just within the past couple of hours, word comes down. After the midnight hour, headline from the New York Times, hours after the Supreme Court allowed the Texas immigration law to go into effect, a federal appeals court effectively blocked the law again. That's undoubtedly the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. So where do we stand? All right, hold the thought. We'll come back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So according to the Texas Tribune, the Supreme Court's ruling to allow Texas to enforce Senate Bill 4. It comes just one day after the Supreme Court extended an order by Justice Alito that temporarily blocked Texas from enforcing the illegal immigration law. That's the one that allows local law enforcement to arrest and impose criminal penalties on illegals. It also gives state judges the authority to deport illegals. Now, the lower court judge initially blocked the enforcement. The judge claimed the law was unconstitutional, could open the door to each state passing their own version of immigration laws. The Fifth U.S. Circuit of Court of Appeals reversed the lower court's decision, leading the Biden administration to appeal the case to the Supreme Court. Now, how this all works out, I thought the Supreme Court was the final rule. The ruling will allow Texas to enforce their new illegal immigration law. In the lower courts, as President Biden's administration continues to argue that the state's legislation is not constitutional and interferes with the federal government's immigration laws. Now, the Texas law could still be blocked in the lower court, so I guess that's where it stands now. While the Supreme Court majority did not provide a reasoning behind Tuesday's decision, Justice Amy Coney Barrett noted that the lower courts are still expected to make a final decision on the constitutionality of the Texas immigration law. She said, if a decision does not issue soon, the applicants may return to this court. So I guess they're still going back and forth. But again, according to the New York Times this morning, Fifth Circuit again has blocked implementation of that bill. Very confusing to me, but all right, we'll get a news break coming up here. Who we got on board? Pappy going to be checking in at 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Counting down. The clock is ticking. Just a matter of hours. We'll be headed to Louisville. And, of course, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 52nd edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. Looking forward to seeing you there. Okay, we'll return right after this. A Wednesday hump day coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing, according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We are working 24/7, leaning in and trying to make sure that we get the hostages, so that we have a temporary ceasefire, so that we can get that all important aid into Gaza.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken scheduled to visit Saudi Arabia and Egypt this week as part of diplomatic efforts. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in to begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility Tuesday. Navarro found guilty of contempt of Congress last year. The FBI reports a continued decline in crime rates across the U.S. Recent data for the fourth quarter of 2023 indicates a 6% decrease in reported violent crime compared to the previous year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right. And we return. Rolling into a Wednesday. Turning the page on the calendar. Hey, first day, full day of spring. Winter is in the books. I'm ready for it to start feeling more like spring. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Oh, it's happening, Pappy.
That's the 20th, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 20th. That's today.
Yeah, usually it's the 21st. I thought, oh, wow, Steve. I just saw a shooting star, man. Just saw a meteorite falling. It was a good one.
Good one. Ah.
Anybody else calling, heading due north? If anybody's driving, looking north, let us know if you've seen it. Yeah, the son's boy's birthday's tomorrow, the 21st. That's how I always kind of remembered the first day of spring. But hey, Steve, man, what the hell is going on in Cuba now?
It's
got Haiti falling apart.
Yep.
Cuba falling apart. I don't know, Steve. I don't have any information to confirm anything, but man, has the CIA been real busy here these last few weeks? What the hell, man? Steve, this ain't nothing but bad news, because what's going to happen is these people are going to flee the country, and where do you think they're going to go?
Well, I've been around long enough to remember. You've been around long. You remember the Cuba boat lift, Are we going to have a redo of that?
Yes, sir. Yep. You just watch, man, and where you think they're going to be pulling in. We'll be floating their way right into the Florida Keys or
Bingo.
Miami.
Yep.
So, man, I think I mentioned it the other night on the air. I don't know, but I don't know if you looked, but still wasn't able to confirm if we went to DEFCON 3 or not. That's the rumor going around. Hey, that incident, that training incident, where they said bomb squad was training and there was an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yes.
Bunch of Popo went to the
Correct.
hospital?
Yeah, a bunch of them injured, yeah.
Steve, I think what happened here, Steve, is that was a SWAT / bomb squad training exercise. And I saw an aerial photo of the building that they were training in, and I believe they were doing some breaching. I believe they were breaching doors with explosives.
Okay.
Some SWAT teams, like ours, here in Hamilton County, a couple of our bomb squad members are on that SWAT team. They're called breachers. So some SWAT teams do not have breachers embedded into their SWAT team, so sometimes they do this joint training. And I think maybe what happened, Steve, is they put a little bit too much of a charge on one of them interior doors, and I think it was a concussion that sent most of them to the hospital. Because when they said there was somebody that was hit with some wood splinters, I thought, man, they were breaching some doors. And there's different techniques on doing that and different types of charges, depending on what kind of door you're dealing with. But I think that's what it was. They were breaching some doors and something happened, but I don't think it was like an accidental explosion. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a, breaching a door. It was an intentional breach, but maybe the inside, I don't know. But
said a number of the officers were complaining of ringing in the ear kind of thing, and I don't know. They must have been two.
Yes, sir. A couple years back, there was a University of Cincinnati professor that was doing a study on concussions for mainly athletics, football players and whatnot, studying the amount of force on the brain and how it affects the brain and all this. And he asked a couple guys on the bomb squad to participate, because especially the breachers, because when you breach these doors, you're pretty close to that daggone concussion going off.
Okay.
So there was a bank that shut down down there on Ezra Charles, and it was a pretty good sized bank. So we went down there one day with the SWAT team, same thing. We were doing a training exercises, and Steve, we must have blew 15 doors that day. It was quite fun, to be honest about it. Using different types of charges. But that professor was down there, and he hooked up some wires to some guys and beforehand and then afterhand, so he could get a reading to see how the concussion was going on, not just the breachers, but the SWAT members also. And they were using some of their flashbangs too. When they throw a flashbang in a room before they enter, that kind of thing. That was pretty fun. Hey, I don't know if you heard that judge down in Georgia donated the Fannie's campaign. Did you hear that?
I heard something about that. Yeah, like it's all, they're all working in collusion, right?
Yeah, man, they're all, But Eagle's right, man. What they are doing to Trump is just, man, come on. I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens here, brother. But that's about all I got, man. Hey, listen, safe travels down to Louisville. Tell everybody, hey, sorry I can't be there.
Yeah, we'll miss getting to see you there.
Good times. Put on them walking shoes. Not for you so much. You're gonna be busy, man.
Gonna be stuck in that booth.
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least you get a little 15-minute break each hour.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, my man. That's about all I got. Everybody hammer down. Stay safe. We'll be listening, but we will talk at you next week.
Very good. All right. And you do the same. Good to hear from you about 18 before the hour. So what do we got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I call it the pipe dream. The pipe dream of electrifying the trucking industry. Study released Tuesday claims it will take a staggering amount of money to build and power the infrastructure to electrify the trucking fleet in the United States. Headline, charging infrastructure comes with a massive price tag. It's called the Clean Freight Coalition. The CFC released the results of a study looking at the realistic cost of infrastructure build-out for the electrification of medium and heavy-duty commercial vehicles. According to the CFC, a complete transition would cost the U.S. trucking industry upwards of $620 billion in charging infrastructure alone. That's including chargers, site infrastructure, and electric service upgrades. Additionally, U.S. utility companies would be required to spend $370 billion to upgrade their grid networks to meet the demands of just commercial vehicles. We're not talking the automobiles in this case. So that brings the total cost to right at $1 trillion. The CFC notes the $1 trillion with a T price tag does not include the cost of replacing diesel trucks with battery-powered electric big rigs, which can be 2 to 3 times more expensive than those diesel-powered equivalents. Study says the path towards electrification of medium-duty vehicles will be much less burdensome than for heavy-duty trucks. Who's going to pay for this? The CFC calls on U.S. lawmakers to address these cost concerns as they move ahead with their policymaking. The CFC-endorsed study was conducted by Munich-headquartered consulting firm Roland Berger. They thoroughly examined the issues surrounding the infrastructure build-out that would be necessary to electrify commercial vehicles, clearly showing how the heavy-duty vehicle industry needs are vastly different, not just from other sectors of the economy, but from each other. CFC's executive director, Jim Mullen, he said, I want to thank the team at Roland Berger for so clearly outlining the challenges electrifying our supply chain poses as the industry and the nation continue working toward our shared goal of reducing trucking's impact on the environment. Electrification means focusing on the vehicle segments that are easier first. That means we have to look at how fleets operate and potentially adjust. It means we need better cooperation and planning across industries and governments. And it requires an openness to alternate technology paths. It's also clear that our industry, with a yearly turnover of about $800 billion and a profit margin around 5%, cannot invest $620 billion without financial support or a significant increase in freight rates. The CFC is made up of transportation stakeholders across the trucking and motor coach industry, the Clean Freight Coalition. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The GN season winds down after Pool Town before it all winds up at the Enderley. But there's still competition every weekend on either side of Labor Day. But that's months from now, and we've got a pull in less than a week in Louisville. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It's almost here. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals hits Freedom Hall at the Kentucky Expo Center as the horsepower-drenched finale of the Mid-American Trucking Show on Saturday, March 23rd. If you're going to the truck show, why not stay a little later Saturday night and witness the NTPA competition you've been hearing so much about in these reports. You can see the vehicles up close in neighboring Broadbent Arena with a pass to the truck show. Ticket sales for the pull are now open on Ticketmaster. Hope to see you there. Before we complete our stroll through the NTPA's 2024 Grand National schedule, let's thank the association's national sponsors for their support in bringing you the toughest pulling circuit in the world. Case IH, Beck's Hybrids, Hot Shot Secret, Enderley Fuel Injection, Mack Trailer, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Cowtails, Ag Protect One, Senpico Lubricants, and Stopfire, the world's best fire extinguisher. And we also want to thank Yoder Popcorn for their brand new sponsorship of the NTPA's Grand National Pro Stock Division. Next up in our look at the 2024 Grand National schedule is the world's largest truck and tractor pulling spectacle, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio, aka Pull Town, USA. Action begins with Session 1 on Thursday, August 15th, and doesn't stop until Session 5 on Saturday night, August 17th. We'll crown a few GN champions and distribute 13 rings to the best of the best over a baker's dozen of Grand National divisions. Tickets are on sale at pulltown.com and campsites sell out fast. Following Bowling Green, there's still a month to go before the end of the season, but it goes by fast. Next up is Wellington, Ohio's Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fairgrounds on Friday, August 23rd, where you'll see light superstock and pro stock tractors and mini and unlimited modifieds, plus a regional division. See LorainCountyFair.com for more info. Wauseon, Ohio's Emmy Miller Tri-State Showdown and Kenton, Ohio's Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull will split the GN circuit the next weekend. Wauseon happens on Friday, August 30th at the Fulton County Fairgrounds with four-wheel drives and minis plus regional classes. Learn more at FultonCountyFair.com. Canton consumes both Friday the 30th and Saturday the 31st as grandstand entertainment for Stark County fairgoers with light supers, pro stocks, and two-wheel drives, plus regional divisions. Go to StarkCountyFair.com. And it all comes to a halt on Truck Night and Tractor Day at the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich, Illinois. Superstock Diesel 4x4s pull Thursday, September 5th, and Superstock Diesels, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and Multi-Engine Modifieds pull twice on Saturday, September 7th. Details on one of the Midwest's great fairs at SandwichFair.com. As always, in addition to the prestigious Grand National Championships that are sought and fought for throughout the grueling summer campaign, the battle rages for those 5 coveted transfer positions to the All-Star Season Finale, the Enderley Pull-Off. The 37th edition of the Pull-Off is on Saturday, September 14th, and we'll have more to say about this year's Enderley at the end of our long look at the regional national schedule that begins next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So somewhere out there might be a winner. We just don't know. Every once in a while, you have one of those deals where there's a big jackpot drawing. Normally within, the drawing at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, Tuesday night's drawing for the Mega Millions was bumped up to $893 million. Had been at $875 million, and I guess at the last minute, due to the number of sales, it was bumped to $893 million. But from the Mega Millions website, we still don't know at this hour. Was there a winning or several winning tickets? I mean, the next estimated jackpot is still pending as we're knocking on 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. So multi-state lotteries. Every once in a while, a state might have some sort of a glitch somehow in tabulating and finalizing and getting that information into the Mega Millions headquarters, which I think that's in Florida. I do believe. Anyway, so the next drawing, 11 o'clock Friday night, will it be 900 plus, approaching maybe the 1 billion mark? Or will they drop back to, what do they start off with the Mega Millions? Like 20 million, I think it is. If they update things, we'll pass it on. But meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Who all's checking in here? Cripshot is on board. Good morning. The Ice Cream Man checking in from Little Rock this morning. Darlene says, good morning, Steve, and all the drivers out there. Good to have you with us, Darlene. Billy, good morning. To the overnight drive, folks, happy hump day, 34 degrees in Wilson, North Carolina. Everybody have a great day. All right. Thanks for checking in. Didn't get any further word from Senor Heatwave, whether he's having to spend the night in Sin City. Because it was, about closing out hour number 1. He did jump on board, so. Couple of storms we're going to be watching as the weekend approaches here. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. So we'll have a storm coming out of Canada, a storm coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. As both storms approach the Atlantic coast as we kind of wrap up the week here, they will attempt to drift closer together with the southern storm taking a northward jog. How nasty the weather might become along the eastern seaboard this weekend will depend on whether or not these two storms actually phase or merge together. Now, even if they remain separate, there's going to be stormy conditions to contend with. Strong coastal winds, above normal tides, minor coastal flooding possible. The southern storm will end up being the stronger of the two. That's going to trigger a northward expansion of drenching rain, increasing winds, building seas, rough surf from Florida to the Carolinas, all the way up to Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey from Friday into Saturday. Some coastal flooding during the high tide possible along the mid-Atlantic coast. And due to the duration of this storm, the heavy surf could lead to considerable beach erosion, especially from the Carolinas to New Jersey. Thunderstorms may erupt along the southern Atlantic coast with possibly some locally severe conditions. The northern storm will be obviously the colder of the two storms. That's going to bring more wintry conditions, snow and a combination of snow and rain to inland areas of northern Pennsylvania, upstate New York, into New England. Some areas could see a coating to maybe a couple of inches in this zone Friday night into Saturday. It's going to be a rain system from D.C. to Philly to New York City and Boston for the first part of the weekend. With the stiff breezes, low clouds, rain, we'll probably see some airline delays as well. But the question mark that looms, should the two storms completely merge, we could be talking about a strip of heavy snow extending across portions of central and northern New England, and a powerful system would evolve with heavy rain and flooding. Poor areas, drainage areas along the coast. Questions remain about the end game here. Possibilities. On one hand, the storm could exit quickly northeast quickly, so the rain ends, sky clears from west to east on Sunday. On the other hand, the storm could stall just offshore, continue pumping rain along the mid-Atlantic and New England coast right through Sunday, maybe even into Monday. Watching the Atlantic, if the storm lingers off the southern Atlantic coast for many days next week, it could actually gradually acquire some tropical characteristics. Way too early in the season for that. Is it not? The official start of the Atlantic hurricane season not till June 1. But they do say we're going to be kind of watching the Atlantic for maybe a homebrew subtropical storm. We'll return following a news break here. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The Supreme Court is allowing Texas to enforce a new law giving local police the power to arrest anyone they believe is in the country illegally. The High Court ruling on Monday that the law could go forward and then immediately blocked it after the White House sued, saying it tramples the federal government's exclusive authority to oversee immigration issues. Then on Tuesday, the court ruled the law can go into effect while litigation continues in lower courts. The House Foreign Affairs Committee holds a hearing on Tuesday to examine the 2021 U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, which left 13 U.S. service members dead and over 100 civilians. Chairman of the committee, Republican Congressman Michael McCall from Texas, is pointing the blame at President Biden, saying that the president announced the withdrawal on April 14, 2021, despite warnings from officials and military advisors.
Our investigation uncovered the White House refused to listen to warnings
about the situation on the ground.
This, as a ranking Democrat on the committee, Gregory Meeks from New York, is pointing the blame at former President Donald Trump.
Former President Donald Trump's Doha deal empowered the Taliban at the expense of the Afghan government.
3 California suspects are now facing 27 felony charges, including robbery and grand theft, for their involvement in a retail crime ring. Attorney General Rob Bonta announcing the charges Tuesday and detailing the crimes committed, saying the suspects robbed many high-end retail stores throughout the state.
The suspect's operation transpired over the course of almost 2 years, and it resulted in a staggering estimated loss of more than $300,000.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
House Republicans are moving to ban diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across colleges. North Carolina Republican Congressman Greg Murphy says the focus on DEI is a new type of prejudice.
What I think the DEI theology is what I call it, is the greatest mass peer pressure event really since the Spanish Inquisition. We have now so many schools that if you don't do this, you're considered a racist or a bigot or something else like that.
Donald Trump is not accepting a judge's decision to keep Fulton County DA Fannie Willis on the Georgia election interference case. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Trump's attorneys have filed to appeal the judge's decision, which allowed Willis to remain as long as Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade walked off the case. In fact, the judge in his decision said it was either one or the other of them had to go. Trump's legal team is trying to have the case dismissed and Willis removed due to her romantic relationship with Wade.
ESPN will remain the exclusive home of the college football playoffs through the 2031-2032 season. The new deal is reportedly worth $7.8 billion. As part of the agreement, the championship game will also air on ABC starting in the 2026-2027 season. This upcoming season will see the college football playoff expand to 12 teams. The Powerball jackpot for Wednesday night is set for an estimated $687 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Trying to pull up the story of an ongoing investigation involving a former truck driver for Triton Logistics. A driver whose name emerged in a federal investigation of what was a fatal truck-bus crash, but not connected to the incident. WAVY News 10 shared the investigative report, and I wanted you to take a listen to what they had
Voice
to say.
being heard in the investigation into a deadly crash involving a party bus.
And this voice backs up a federal report on a number of things that went wrong ahead of the crash. 3 people were killed when a tractor trailer plowed into the bus on 64 back in 2022. The big rig driver was found to have falsified driving records. Another driver who worked for the same company is talking about that policy. Investigative reporter Chris Horn continues his coverage of this story.
A cover story to tell state police, doctoring drivers' logs from thousands of miles away. Former driver with a trucking company says that's how it was.
I cannot sit back any longer knowing what they did.
In the early morning hours of December 16th, 2022, Dwayne Sykes was a former trucker for Triton Logistics. That's when a Triton truck rear-ended a shuttle bus on I-64 in Williamsburg. 3 passengers aboard the bus were killed. But the real driver of the Triton truck, Daniel Kramer, initially told state police he had just dropped off his supposed co-driver, Dwayne Sykes. You were never in a truck with him?
Absolutely not.
So how did Sykes' name end up associated with the crash when he was no longer with Triton?
They stole my information. I'm going to say stole because I didn't give anyone my permission to use my logs. Mm-hmm. So they had me assigned to that truck as if I was a co-pilot.
The National Transportation Safety Board report says Kramer, the real driver, told their investigators that Triton gave him a cover story to use. I basically repeated what they told me to say, Kramer is quoted in his transcript, that I had just dropped off my co-driver, which is the same thing that I told that state policeman that night. Did anyone from Triton ever tell you to say that sort of thing?
Absolutely. That was the go-to.
So Kramer was making the run by himself with no co-driver. Kramer also describes a data center in Lithuania that Triton used to manage and, when needed, manipulate drivers' electronic logs to make it look like they had more time for rest than they really did.
They were backdated, and you'll have to certify the logs on your screen, on your end, but for the most part, they can go into the system and change.
Did you ever do that?
Yes, I have, and I'm not proud of it.
He says he sympathizes with the victims' families.
I'm saddened. I'm devastated.
Sykes says he has also talked with the attorney for one of the victims' families. We contacted Triton before yesterday's report aired, and they had no comment. I've reached out to the company once again today, and will update this story online with any response. Chris Horn, 10 on your side.
Any wonder why Triton didn't have anything to say? So what did he say? He said they've got their data is being controlled by a company in Lithuania? And the former driver saying that's their go-to line. If something happens, tell them you just dropped off your co-driver, which did not exist. And then talking about now the premise of ELDs. Whenever need be, we could manipulate the driver's electronic log to look like they had more time. They would backdate it. They can go into the system and change it. And of course, when they ask if he had ever done that, yes, I have. And I'm not proud of it. How much are electronic logs actually, are they being effective in keeping the drivers out there being honest? That was the premise of the electronic logging device, and in the name of safety. So obviously that's an ongoing investigation. I have no idea how large that particular company is. I'm not familiar. Yeah, is it a handful of trucks? Regional operation? I do not know. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What do we have? SpaceX has started selling satellite lasers, which are used for speedy in-space communications to other satellite firms, according to the company president. There are thousands of Starlink satellites that are in low Earth orbit, use inter-satellite laser links to pass data from one to another at the speed of light. That's how they're able to offer broader internet coverage around the world with fewer ground stations. Now, he was speaking on a panel at the Satellite Industry Conference in Washington, said SpaceX, as a supplier, will sell that technology to other companies. We'll roll that out in our new Polaris Dawn mission coming up here this summer on a Dragon capsule. That's an upcoming private astronaut flight with the company's Dragon space capsule. He said the laser offering was called Plug and Placer, suggesting the equipment could be easily installed by customers on their spacecraft. Space companies have opted to sell spacecraft components so they can diversify revenue and shore up cash to fund bigger capital investment projects. SpaceX, of course, is developing and testing their next generation Starship rocket. It's designed to be cheaper but far more powerful than the very reliable workhorse, the Falcon 9. He did say we generally don't sell components, so this is a little bit of a new thing for SpaceX. But they're already having conversations with potential customers, they said. Starship designed to be more affordable, which is hard to imagine. That's 3 Starships that have gone up with the launch they did a couple of days ago, which almost was successful, but got lost in its return out there in the, Indian Ocean it was supposed to come back to. But 33 Raptor engines on the launch phase and then 6 additional Raptors. I mean, Raptor engines are not cheap, last I checked. But Senor Heatwave, are we stuck in Sin City or what's going on out there?
Well, dispatcher said, I don't know why they sent you to Las Vegas. We got nothing. I said, all right. He said, call me back in 45 minutes. A little more than that, I give him a call, and he says, well, I guess you're just going to Banning. I said, okay. But, just the waiting and whatnot, it's going to be close on time. So we'll just see how nice the chips out here are going to be when I have to do every bit of 68 to get to where I need to go. So, anyways, well, that's a shame. He lost one of his rockets or whatever you want to call it in the Indian Ocean. Damn, how much money do those things cost?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the biggest. It's a 400-foot top. I mean, it's a monstrosity, and that's the third one. The first 2 they had to blow up in space, and then the third one almost made it. Well, they kind of lost contact. Yeah, they did not push the button to blow it up. They're assuming it burned up in the atmosphere.
Good night. Well, he's got that kind of money. I guess it's more power to him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You ever have one of those days that no matter what you do, it just seems like it's a worthless effort? It's like you win the lottery, but all you're winning the cash is counterfeit,
Right.
Good night. That's what's happened to me today. So I got my gear set up, and then I found out I set it up in front of the trailer I was supposed to pick up. So then I had to move stuff around, and then I'm dealing with gravity and angles, and it was going against me, so I had to move that stuff around again. Oh, I actually broke a sweat. So, I guess I'm working twice as hard to get something simple done.
Right.
I'll tell you what, old Letitia James and the Democrats must just be grinning ear to ear like the Cheshire Cat, because Donald doesn't have, he's not, what do they call it, cash rich. He's got investments all over the world, but he's not cash rich.
He doesn't have $500 million in cash in the bank. Correct.
Yeah. Like Eagle was talking about the other day, that it's nonsense, and I'm wondering why. The court, the higher up court in New York State, has not convened and said, "Hey, that's way too much." And like we talked last night, I mean, the judge already said, Trump's guilty, even before he set his hind end in that chair back there with that robe on. That should have thrown some red flags up, the appellate courts and then even the Supreme Court. I mean, you don't have to be a Trump lover to see that was, not fair. So, I mean, if for some reason Trump cannot complete his quest to run for president and be president, if Nikki Haley just so gallantly, I'll step in. Well, you know what? I'm voting for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I may be throwing away a vote, but it seems like a lot of the Democrats would be voting for RFK anyways. So, and it seems like Jr. has a better idea, of what, how a real Democrat ought to be. He's I guess, part of the Kennedy Democrat.
Oh, sure, yeah.
What president have we had that has been along the lines of Kennedy as far as Democrats go? Some say, well, there was Bill Clinton. I really don't think he was a Kennedy Democrat. I think he was more progressive. So, and obviously Obama, sure as hell, he wasn't no damn Kennedy Democrat. So, that's just, man, I tell you what, I'll be so glad when everything is all said and done and the dust is settled. And, somehow Donald pulls one out of his hat with this one. And
I don't think the dust ever settles, Heat Wave. I mean, yeah, it almost seems like, the politicking, the election cycle. As soon as one election's over, the campaign begins for the next one. It never stops.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the end. I'm looking at November. So, yeah, I'm going to sit there and listen to all the BS and crapola the Democrats can throw. But, I mean, once the dust has settled and Trump is inaugurated as the 47th, 47th, right? Or is it 46?
I think it'd be 47.
Yeah.
He'd be 45 and 47, which would be weird, but that would be it, yeah.
Yeah. So, what would happen if the courts found in Trump's favor over this New York nonsense, but Letitia has already liquefied, gotten all the estates, and what's going to happen to her in the state of New York? Is she going to be their financial responsibility to reimburse Donald for all those buildings that she is going to be taking? If Donald can't secure funding for the bail or bond or whatever it's supposed to be, I mean, they think things are going so great for them, but when it turns against them, we're going to hear the wailing and the gnashing of teeth because now they got to come up with all that money and get the property back to Donald.
That would be uncharted territory,
So-
I think. I don't know what happens. I mean, because there are talks about having to, Trump's going to have a fire sale of some of his properties to raise that money.
Well, it's a crying damn shame. When Donald was a Democrat, they loved him. He was just a super nice guy with a lot of money to hand out. And then as soon as he turns Republican, has that big R at the beginning of his name, then, he's a racist. He hates blacks. He hates this. He's misogynist. And
right.
Tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you what a misogynist is. All I can think of a massage person, and I know that's not it, but I tell you what, this damn sinus infection is. I hope it's gone by tomorrow, because I've done taken my last tablet, and man, I tell you what, that stuff I'm spitting out and throwing out is the color of a yellow crayon from Crayola.
Yummy.
It's like, is that the infection itself?
That is, yes. Yeah.
It's like, good. Well, good. I hope I coughed, hacked, and spat every damn thing out of me, because I really don't want to go through this again anytime soon. So, well, what else has been going on? Oh, well, not really a whole hell of a lot since last night. It's just, US 93 in Arizona, going from the Nevada state line into, I think it's Wickenburg or whatever the hell that community is supposed to be the new Interstate 11. And of course, Nevada's got their stretch done, and it's been done for a while. But Wickenburg, that's it, Wickenburg, Arizona. But I tell you what, the rest of the damn state of Arizona, it's they have not done anything to the highways yet to make them a smooth ride. Mm-hmm. And we, as truck drivers, are supposed to be on the right side, all the damn time. Not supposed to be in the left unless you're trying to pass somebody, or getting up away from a wreck, or where flashing lights or whatnot. But I mean, damn, you go down that road, it don't matter if you're doing 60 or 70. You're bouncing so damn hard, you're bouncing your eye teeth out of your mouth. You've heard me, everyone's heard me drop and complain about the damn roads in New Mexico and the damn roads in Arizona. It's like, fix the damn roads or give back the fuel tax that you have collected for such activities. It's like, where have you been taking that damn money to? What has been done?
Yeah.
There's really not a whole lot of work being done on 93.
They're probably building
from
bike
Interstate
trails.
40.
Bike trails, skate parks, walking paths.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's like, damn it, if you want your supplies there in one piece, you don't want to have it bouncing around in the trailer, because you can't have a solid level, nice level road to drive on. I mean, hell, even the areas that they have repaved or whatnot. I don't know. Have you seen the Lightning McQueen in Cars, the first one, where he's dragging that damn machine behind him, and he's got tar and asphalt all over the place, and he is just gunning it because he wants to get out of there. And then how Mater gets on there, and he's bouncing around going, hey, this is a very smooth road. That's exactly how it is over here, both in New Mexico and Arizona. It's like, where do they get these idiots, to build these roads? I mean, my God, if they had to travel these roads all the time, which I'm sure they don't, they would understand. You're causing more damage to the road, especially by the vehicles going on there. The heavier, the more damage is going to be made. But you're also damaging, besides the freight that you're hauling, you're damaging your equipment. You're damaging the cars. I mean, the cars have to travel on them damn highways too.
Right.
You know, and it's going to pay for the repairs.
I think
that's not our problem.
Aren't
you know what?
A lot of these projects go to the lowest bidder, and I mean there are different thicknesses of asphalt that can be used and different ways of building the roads. I mean you can build roads that are built to withstand the weight of the big trucks. I mean there are certain look at the parking lots. I mean there are areas where the trucks are allowed to. It's a different thickness. It's built to support the big truck. Yeah. Obviously, they're not doing the highways that are built to withstand the weight of the big trucks.
Obviously not. And you know, if you don't hold people to a high standards, you know, then there's no accountability for the half-assed job they do. Oh, damn. Well, I'll tell you what. Other than that, it's a nice quiet drive out here. So you're going to have the princess, she going to put the hoof on the gas pedal getting you down there, or are you going to be doing all that?
Nah, I'm sure she'll be taking something to help her probably sleep along the way. She's not a good traveler, Heatwave. She would never take a trip across the country like you did last year from Albuquerque to Louisville. That's not going to happen. All right, looks like whatever state was having technical difficulties getting everything tabulated, Mega Millions did finally update, and there was not a jackpot winner. So indeed, knocking on the $1 billion mark, it's $977 million. That'll be Friday's next jackpot drawing, Friday, 11 p.m., $977 million. There were a few $1 million winners, matching the 5 numbers, but not the Mega Ball. Millionaire, California, Florida, Texas, Virginia, but 977 in the million mark. And I guess based on sales, that could maybe hit the billion mark by Friday night, right? It's lottery fever. We'll get a news break, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The senior generals responsible for overseeing the deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan appearing before Congress Tuesday. Mark Milley is the former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
On 14 August, the non-combatant evacuation operation decision was made by the Department of State. It is my assessment that decision came too late.
The testimony to the House Foreign Affairs Committee comes in the wake of a terrorist attack at the Kabul airport in 2021 that claimed the lives of 13 American service members. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing. Administration officials are actively pursuing an agreement to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and to increase humanitarian aid flowing to Gaza. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in. He will begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility. Navarro found guilty of contempt of Congress last year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, he says better late than never. Arizona Window Truck is on board this hour. Thanks for tuning us in. Hello to Gary Montgomery. 47 degrees in southwest Ohio here on a Wednesday morning. Hello to Roki. I was talking about the whole Starlink thing. And he said the FCC recently authorized Starlink high-performance dish to be used on vehicles in motion. Riders, obviously, not the driver. Riders can use a laptop. You can use a cell phone, or you can chat with Alexa. All of North America is covered at this point. Well, almost. Tunnels aren't covered. It says the pros and the cons. You never have a cell drop when you're talking to Steve. I guess the cons, it's $2,500 up front, then $135 monthly. But you can use it easily. You can move it between vehicles like RVs and camping trailers. Very $2,500 up front, though, right? That's quite the hit for the Starlink. But, you know, it ain't. Obviously, it's not cheap putting all those things up there in space. every couple of days, another launch. All right, see, he did say, as far as the lottery goes, $977 million for Friday. He said, I play one line, every draw, just one line. Mega Millions, Powerball, Classic Lotto, and Rolling Cast 5. That's $20 a week. Why, you ask? Because I like to dream. Now, if I could just get somebody in California to buy my tickets. Now, we'll see come Friday night. there's a bit of conspiracy out there in the lottery world that why do every time you have a $1 billion winner, it seems like it's always California. Could be another California winner, and if that is the case, yeah, that'll just enhance the whole conspiracy. But real quick before I get back to the calls here, as far as Donald Trump's liabilities, that what they're saying now, I guess with the interest that continues to add up every day, it's close to $500 million. His inability to secure the bond. And I think it was Vic last night that he said there are laws in this country about, I guess, liabilities and fines. What's it called? It's excessive fines, I guess would be the word. There is what they call the excessive fines clause. And believe it or not, they're saying none other than former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg could very well save Trump $355 million. The unlikeliest of figures for legal aid from the late famously liberal Supreme Court Justice. She was the one that delivered the High Court's opinion in a case known as Timbs versus Indiana back in February of 2019, where she laid out how the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on excessive fines applies to the states as well as the federal government. In that case, Indiana police had seized a guy by the name of Tyson Timbs' Land Rover SUV, which he had purchased for $42,000, money he received from a life insurance policy when his father passed away. After pleading guilty to drug dealing and conspiracy to commit theft, he was fined $10,000, and the state sought civil forfeiture of the vehicle. The judge ruled that taking the vehicle was an excessive fine because it was worth 4 times the penalty, and excessive fines are prohibited by the Constitution's Eighth Amendment. That ruling was upheld by the Court of Appeals, but the Indiana Supreme Court overturned it on the grounds of the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on excessive fines only applying to the federal government, not the states, which in this case is going to be, obviously, New York. In what was a unanimous decision, the U.S. Supreme Court said, in fact, it does bind the states, not just the federal government. Ginsburg said, the excessive fines clause traces its venerable lineage back to at least 1215. Magna Carta required that economic sanctions be proportioned to the wrong and not be so large as to deprive an offender of his livelihood. This was the first time the Supreme Court had determined that the Eighth Amendment's excessive fines clause actually applied to the states. So in an opinion piece published in the LA Daily News, Susan Shelley outlined how the Supreme Court eventually found that the Bill of Rights applies to the federal and state levels, and said Trump will be protected from the state of New York by that recognition. The Eighth Amendment states, quote, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. So she notes the amendment clauses were declared applicable to the states in stages. The cruel and unusual punishments clause declared applicable in 1962, Robinson versus California. Excessive bail first applied to the states, 1971. The case of Shib versus Kubel, the excessive fines prohibition, bound to the states since the Timbs case in 2019. Now, with this judge, Arthur Engoron, fining the former president, $355 million plus $100 million in continually accruing interest, and also banning the Trump Organization from applying for loans from financial institutions that do business in New York for 3 years, banning Trump from working as a director or officer of any company in New York for the same time period. Then Trump's request for a 30-day extension due to the fine's due date, all denied. This was a civil fraud trial. There was no jury. The judge found Trump guilty of giving his assets too high of a valuation to get good loan terms. Now, even though the bank adjusted those values downward before approving a loan that was paid back fully and paid back on time and paid back with interest. Ruth Bader Ginsburg understood how the protection from excessive fines played an important role in underpinning American constitutional liberties overall. This has to be overturned. All right, Eagle wanted to chime back in here on a Wednesday in regards to Nancy Pelosi, I believe. Welcome back. Well, that's all we're going to get as far as Nancy Pelosi's concerned. All right, try again at another point in time. Eagle, wake up, wake up. Who we got? Is that Uber Ed? I'm not seeing a name on the screen. Well, third time's a charm. Let's see if Mr. Horse Feathers is on board. Are the phones working here?
They're working on my end. They working on your end?
Okay, apparently so. Whoever was there may have dropped off as well. I know that wasn't Eagle.
Apparently. I know. Yeah, no, Eagle. Eagle was doing a good Nancy Pelosi imitation after being on the booze flight there, right? Anyways. So here, I got a question for you. You just got talking about this 8th Amendment deal for Donald, our former President Trump there. What? So if you can't have fines to be excessive to what how are we having these nuclear
verdicts
against these trucking companies? I mean, a lot of these things are just way out of reach, unimaginable. I mean, that whole deal down there in Texas where the driver was on his side of the road and the other vehicle driven by, I believe, a person that wasn't supposed to be driving the vehicle came across the median and how is that? How come that it wasn't, tried to be overturned by the 8th Amendment?
Good question.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe next time you talk to that insurance lady, maybe we can find out more. But earlier in the show there, you were talking about they're going to set up a whole department the government is to try to take care of the artificial intelligence, the AI.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Don't we have an artificial intelligence czar?
Yeah. Speaking of which,
is she artificially intelligent? Hey, did you know AI is 2 words?
Kamala Harris is in charge.
You just
if the existence of mankind is relying on Kamala Harris to get it done with AI, I guess we can all just kiss our ass goodbye.
Yeah, that's right. It's already done. Just start playing, what is it, Indian Love Call or whatever there to start blowing up the Martian spray. I don't know. But remember, hey, we did get warned way back in the day, and Jolly Green's going to be out there. He's going to have to sit on his hands to keep from clapping when I say this. We were warned way back in the day that artificial intelligence was going to come back and destroy the earth, destroy mankind. Remember V'ger? Remember V'ger was coming back? You remember Star Trek and V'ger?
Oh,
Think back to your movies.
Yeah. No.
Think back to your Star Trek movies, because after they wiped the dirt off, they realized it was Voyager that was, the space probe that was put out, but it was however artificial intelligence redesigned it and reconfigured it. It came back as V'ger, and V'ger was looking for its maker. Remember that, Your Honor? So who knows what we could have happen with artificial intelligence? It might be our own technology that we sent out into space that comes back to destroy us. Wait a minute, didn't the Terminator, didn't he come from space somewhere?
Yep.
Just thinking.
From back in time.
But we got Kamala, and remember, AI is 2 words. In case you didn't realize that. Oh my God, you can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. I guess with all that nonsense, we'll have to let you do your due diligence for the rest of the show, and we'll see you on Thursday.
There you go. It's 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, next up here, I guess it won't be long. We'll be able to start doing like a nightly feature. Yeah, which illegal immigrant from the terror watch list committed a crime today? I can see this is becoming an all too common thing. This is an update, nothing to do with the illegal on the terror watch list that was arrested a few days ago. Is saying he wanted to go to New York and commit a terror act, build a bomb. This arrest, an illegal on the terror watch list in North Carolina. Last week, after engaging in a shooting incident at a local business and attacking police officers who responded to the scene. According to WAVY TV 10, 32-year-old illegal immigrant from Africa, Awet Hagos, now charged with 3 counts of assaulting a government official, 3 counts of resisting a public officer, 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon. The Roanoke News-Herald reported police responded to a quick-stop convenience store where Hagos was found shooting a firearm. The 32-year-old illegal immigrant reportedly attacked law enforcement officers despite deputies using tasers. Upon arrival, the deputies and a trooper from the State Highway Patrol attempted to take the suspect into custody, according to the Gates County Sheriff. However, the suspect became extremely combative and at one point tried to disarm a deputy of their firearm. The suspect then fled into a small camper adjacent to the business. He explained law enforcement officials were finally able to arrest Hagos after a 4-hour-long standoff. He was transported to the Albemarle District Jail, where he remains under a $100,000 bond. And an investigation ongoing that additional charges could be brought against the illegal. According to the Daily Wire, Customs and Enforcement ICE has notified the Gates County Sheriff's Office that Hagos is on the terrorist screening database, which is also known as the terrorist watch list. Believed to have previously lived in Haiti after moving from a place in Africa located near the border of Yemen. While here in the U.S., he's believed to have lived in California, then relocated to North Carolina for about the last 6 months before he was arrested. Well, the governor has a few questions for President Biden in a letter to President Biden. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson requesting confirmation regarding reports of Hagos being on the terror watch list. He also pressed the Biden administration to provide clear information regarding this latest incident. Are there more illegals on the terror watch list here in North Carolina, he asks? We deserve answers to these questions. Yes, we do. All right, who's on board next? Who we got here?
Good morning, Steve. It's Carl. Appreciate you taking my call. I just thought I'd call in and talk a little bit about Trump's. You covered it pretty well about the Eighth Amendment there on the Constitution. He's really got a case there. Okay, and I think we're going to hear more next week about all of this, and because it's coming to a head. This Letitia James and this judge are clearly rogue, and they got Donald Trump's sons involved in this too, so he can't get any money from his family on this either, because they have done the same thing to both of his sons as well. They have put the bridles on them too, and they're just really lassoed on the whole deal, and the whole family. They've got the whole family, you see, and what they're doing here is just trying to bankrupt him and take all of his money away from him, and they don't really have a case, because any real estate person that you would talk to about this, I've talked to several about this, just for because I know some, and that's into real estate, and they just say, well, this is just a common practice that people do, especially the ones that's got the high money, the high dollars, like Trump. He talks to a bank about a loan, and they give him a loan, and they talk about the terms. That's what they talk about, and they do their own terms. It's their own deal, and then they've got the PVA. You see that they talk to as well. It's the property valuation administrator of that local territory there where the property is. It's all across the country. It's like this, even in New York City. It's the same thing. Letitia James is a DA, okay, a dumbass district attorney. That's what she is, okay? And she's trying to overstep her bounds here, and this judge is too as well, by saying that these limits here have been broken, and they're going to fine Donald Trump. Well, the excessive fine issue is found in the Constitution on Amendment number 8. Okay, and I know we're getting close to the top of the hour here.
And we know it is. It's surprising. And it is applicable to the states. That has been cleared by the Supreme Court. We know that.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe the Supreme Court is going to get involved in this. And then we're going to see something probably before the end of the month, I would think, maybe even beginning next week. on this issue, and because it's very, very outrageous is what's going on here. And I would like to also comment on the Gaza situation over there. Didn't the Palestinians, didn't they have plenty of time to get out of this territory before Israel even started with the retribution against Hamas there? And I know that Israel gave them at least a month after the attack on October 7th, after that attack there, and they gave Hamas, it was until November, a little bit after November, to get out of the territory. I mean,
they were dropping.
Palestinians.
I mean, they were doing they were dropping the leaflets over the territory, notifying people to, if memory serves, to get out. I mean, trying to recall, was telling those in the north to go south, or it might have been vice versa. But yeah, there was a mass exodus. But all right, Carl, hang in there. We'll get our news break in here. Final hour coming up on a Wednesday morning. Yes, last live report before heading to Louisville. And we'll be coming to you live from Louisville Thursday, Friday, Saturday during the broadcast day. We'll give you the times coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. The Supreme Court has indefinitely blocked Texas from enforcing a law that would let state officials arrest and hold people they suspect of entering the U.S. illegally. Shortly after that decision was announced, Abbott issued a statement saying that, quote, Texas will continue utilizing every tool and strategy to respond to this Biden-made border crisis, unquote. When no one is running against you, it's pretty easy to win. Russian President Vladimir Putin will rule for the next 6 years after he won yesterday's Russian election. Most anyone that would have opposed him was either dead, in jail, exiled from the country, or banned from running. One very brave journalist called Putin out on it.
Mr. President, journalist Evan Gershkovich spent this election in prison. Boris Nadezhdin, who opposes your war in Ukraine, wasn't allowed to stand against you. And Alexei Navalny died in one of your prisons during your campaign. Mr. President, is this what you call democracy?
Putin responded in Russian, "That's life." The Israeli military has attacked a hospital they believe is being used by Hamas as a stronghold for terrorist activity. Gaza's health ministry said that there were several casualties reported, Hamas accusing Israel of striking at targets without regard for the patients or medical staff inside. The Biden administration is planning to meet with Israeli officials soon. That meeting expected to take place in Washington, where leaders will discuss options to military ground attacks in the city of Rafah. More than 1 million Palestinians right now are stranded and suffering from catastrophic levels of hunger. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Easter is right around the corner, and it should be a happy time. Unfortunately, the price of an Easter staple, chocolate, is going up. Both Hershey and Cadbury have announced that they might have to raise the prices on their chocolate confections because of the rising price of cocoa. Apparently, torrential rainstorms in cocoa-growing regions have caused issues with production. President and CEO of the Hershey Company, Michelle Buck, said, "Given where cocoa prices are, we will be using every tool in our toolbox, including pricing, as a way to manage the business." Richard Simmons apologizing after posts he made on social media causing people to think he was dying. The fitness guru, who is 75, posted on X, "I have some news to tell you. Please don't be sad. I am dying." The truth is we all are. Why am I telling you this? Because I want you to enjoy your life to the fullest every single day. Well, Richard isn't dying and realized his mistake after reporters contacted him and the internet blew up that he just announced his impending death. And again, he's not dying. Prices at the pump going up again. Experts think they will keep going up in the coming weeks and months. The national average for a regular gallon of gasoline is $3.48, up by 40 cents since mid-January. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
out there on the road, need to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products. If you don't have time to wait to order online for delivery, got some deals out there. You can pick up some discounts. You can find a local Hot Shot Secret dealer near you by using the Where to Buy button at hotshotsecret.com. Dealers stock many of the products and have access to the full product catalog, including the larger sizes and oils as well. New items you will now find in AutoZone locations. They've added several products to their line. The Everyday Diesel Treatment, the 4-ounce bottle. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme in the 16-ounce bottle. They're now carrying the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense in the 16-ounce squeeze bottle. And the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator in the 16-ounce bottle. I think it was Philip a few weeks ago. Somebody was asking about, hey, I stop in the truck stop, and all they've got's like the big 64-ounce bottle. I don't need that gigantic bottle because he's just treating his automobile. So, yeah, AutoZones around the country. You'll find the 16-ounce bottles more efficient for the automobile drivers out there. Now, back to Carl here. Thanks for hanging in there.
All right, Steve. Thank you. Thank you, my call. Thank you for bringing me back there. This deal with Hamas, the Palestinians allowed Hamas to come in there anyway. Israel was taking bombs, backpack bombers, suicide bombers every single day from this bunch over there. And then they had the big October 7th, the really big 911 style attack on them, And, that's just way over the top, and they're sitting in the restaurants. They're sitting at the grocery stores. They're just they're minding their own business over there in Israel. And then all of a sudden a suicide bomber comes in with a car or something, into the area, and they're just bombing the whole area up, blowing it up every single day. They had to live with this. And now we've got Joe Biden over here telling Israel how to run the war over there. He's got a lot of nerve. Seriously. If I was Netanyahu, I would just say to Joe Biden flat out, I'd say, well, guess what? We're not going to listen to a word that you say from now on. And we're going to assume that you're not going to be president in 2025. And that's that simple. Okay? And we're going to take care of the business at hand here, what we need to do. And that's exactly what we're going to do. All right? And we're not even going to, you don't even have to send us no more money. As a matter of fact, we don't care if you do or not. We're just going to take care of this business at hand. And if Iran wants to get involved in it, I'll tell you what, they better not. Okay? And that's just what he needs to say to Joe Biden. I would advise him to just say nothing to Joe Biden from now on. And really, in all reality, this is a mess. And Hamas was allowed to get into Palestine over there, into the area with Gaza, where the Palestinians are. They allowed Hamas in there, and that's the way that happened.
Well, they elected them. They supposedly they actually held elections, and they elected Hamas to be the leadership there.
Yeah, and so we've got people in Congress here saying, "Oh, don't attack the Palestinians. Don't attack them." This, that, and other. They're forgetting that Hamas is in the leadership over there, and really conveniently just forgetting the true facts of the matter. And it's just tiring to listen to the Democrats talk about anything. I would elect them to be DA of the week, any Democrat in government today to be DA of the week in our government. I mean, honestly, it's just ridiculous what's going on in this country. And if we hit $50 trillion in debt, which it's going up, and I just, Donald Trump, if he is elected, he needs to try and keep that debt down. Okay. But it's at 31, I believe, right now, 31 trillion in debt. And if it hits 50 trillion, we're going to be in big, big trouble. I mean, as a country, we can look for just being our status to be dropped to nothing. As far as the dollar goes, yeah, we'll probably be into the cashless society and everything else going on then. I mean, it's and in a matter of 8 years I've been hearing that Social Security is supposedly going to be reduced by 20% of what it is right now in 8 years. I mean, what are people going to do? I mean, other than revolt against something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
the spending,
just going to cause a major.
They've got to reel in the spending. You are correct, Carl. And you're a little bit behind on the debt clock. It is now we surpassed 34 trillion. It's now 34.5 trillion and some change. 34 trillion 525 billion and on down. Yeah, it's if you pull up the national debt clock and just look how quickly, how every couple of seconds our debt is another $100,000, literally every few seconds. It's just rolling, and we're spending like there's no tomorrow. Well, I guess that's why Biden proposed how many trillions of additional taxes over the next 10 years with his budget proposal. Hello, Dan. How we been?
Pretty good, Steve. I was going to clarify something. When you're down in Louisville, we can listen to the live show that goes on during the day.
We're going to be streaming on the Facebook and the Rumble, just like we do at night. Facebook, Rumble, and the app will be up and running throughout the day. Yes. Thursday from 1 to 6, Friday 10 to 6, Saturday from 9 to 4.
Okay, Friday from 10 to 6 and Thursday from 1 to 6, and then Saturday. Okay. So, yeah, I'd like to listen, but you won't be taking calls.
No,
right?
not taking calls. Just interviewing all of our guests there at the show. Talking trucking.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, Steve, I had that article you read is probably from Newsmax, but the thing that about President Trump and the Eighth Amendment, sounds like the same article I read from Newsmax, but I guess I wonder. I listen to Fox News and they have on Jonathan Turley and Andrew McCarthy, and they never bring this up. You know, they don't bring up the fact that this case, that's 2019 on that Timms case.
Yep.
And is appropriate, you know, they don't bring it up. So, and you're sure not going to hear it on the mainstream media, you know, the ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, definitely not MSNBC. So how do most Americans, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, they've really dumbed down the society by the lack of information. The fact that was a very helpful article. I found it to be, because what's happening to President Trump should shock the living daylights out of most Americans. For that judge to start that trial off and saying, I don't want to hear, I've already concluded that you're guilty, you're not allowed to put on a defense, and now we just want to determine what the penalty is. Where the hell does this come about? And I've taken the position, states like New York, I don't go there. I don't. I mean, we used to go through there for our vacation, particularly in upstate. I won't go there because you know what? Somebody's got to vote for these people in there. And if you're dumb enough, I mean, the only thing I criticize President Trump, when you moved your personal residence to Florida, you should have pulled your whole company out of that idiotic state. Pull the whole thing out of there. Because the only are the ones in New York, I guess. And they're going to try to, as he said, have a fire sale to take those properties over. And as somebody said, you know, I've heard people, well, there'll be an appeal and they'll do this. Yeah, well, I'm sure there's appeals in Russia, but they never go nowhere. So do you trust an appeal in the state of New York? I would have thought by now there would have been smarter people and more honest people up in that state to say, wait a minute, this can't go any further. And then you can't file the appeal until you pay the bond.
Right.
Or until you pay the fine. I mean, we won't even hear it. They can take that state and shove it up there where the sun doesn't shine. I'll deliberately not do business, and there's a couple businesses I do business in New York. I won't do business with those people. The only way I know to change places like that is make them hurt. And there are enough people had the guts to stay behind, stay the hell out of there. Eventually, they maybe vote differently. I mean, I look at it and I think to myself, how can this possibly happen to starve this man out? And how long is this going to take before he gets some relief? And who knows that there's not a judge on the New York Appeals Court that will agree with that crooked judge down in New York. I mean, it gives them anybody that votes. I mean, I'm not voting. I'm voting obviously in supporting President Trump, but anybody that I'm not voting for him because I hate Biden. I'm voting for him because something's got to change in this country because I have zero, nada, none respect for our government, our federal government. I don't live in New York, but the state I'm in, I've got somewhat respect for. But the judicial system, you got to be kidding me. I mean, it's absolutely frightening. And as I say, somebody like, for instance, the senator over in Indiana, Todd Young, I'm not voting for Trump. The guy in Louisiana, Cassidy, that's fine. Don't sit there and tell me you're a conservative. Don't sit there and tell me anything else because you're not. You're a fraud. And that's just, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We held our nose, you and I both, to vote for Romney. And that's really holding your nose. Maybe
yes,
not.
Yes, it was. I did. Same thing for McCain.
Yeah. I hold my nose. Well, I held my nose and voted for McCain. That was easy because I didn't trust Obama. Not anything to do with his race or nothing else.
Right.
But the guy was just too slick sounding to me, and the dots didn't all connect, and they don't. And his true feelings are certainly coming out. But to sit there and then to let him, and you don't hear anything from the so-called, again, Romneys or the Todd Youngs or the Bush family. You know what I'm saying? About the travesty of justice of watching this family's business being literally destroyed. Somebody made a good point. Trump probably can't get a bond because the bonding companies are afraid to be associated with him, what they'll do to him. You know what I'm saying? What they don't want to be associated with this matter. Because who knows if they don't try to take their money.
What those rich people back east will do to their companies, yes. That's it.
Well, yeah, and if anybody is stupid enough to try to build something there or do something there, that's, they've either been living in a different universe the last 2 years, or they're just plain as dumb. I mean, I don't know why President Trump thought. No one could have predicted this. No one could have predicted that these loony, because the prior New York prosecutor, both of them had turned down these cases. They said that there was nothing there could do there. So I would hope, I don't know how this gets ramped up on a gets fast-tracked to the appeals court, or what Trump can do to stop it to the federal court. But do I trust the government? Absolutely not. I have zero respect for them. And I mean the federal government, and I definitely mean New York. And that extends to other states as well. Illinois, where like an idiot, I own property. But anyway, well, I appreciate it, Stephen. I'll be listening. No phone calls, and it's on during the day, so I listen through the app.
Okay.
So I should be able to listen live.
And there will be
have a good time.
There will be some periods, I believe, if I'm understanding how things work, where there'll be some gaps in there where we take a break, and it's just you may hear the background noise, and obviously people on Facebook and Rumble will be able to see. We're going to have the cameras, kind of showing what's going on around the venue there. But that is the plan. And we return.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we will not be taking calls from Louisville, but I'll be talking to a lot of folks. Got the women in trucking out of the box there Thursday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'll chat with, it won't be Mike Brunetti, but a couple of guys from Bostrom Seating and Commercial Vehicle Group. Some of the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers will be joining us there. Of course, OOIDA will be talking with Louis Pugh and George. I can't remember George's last name. He's the guy that now is in part of the D.C. office, the Government Affairs Office, I guess they call it. And talking you get the latest updates, what's going on, any updates in the trucking industry. what's happening with speed limiters, what's happening with side underride guards, and all kind of stuff will be, hopefully, we anticipate making it an educational, 3 days from Louisville. A little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment. The Carolina Monkey Gouger, the Grump, Horse Feathers, maybe a 2-time world champion bull hauler. Who knows who we might get to see or hear while we're there. All right, I see Brother Rambler's on the line. Rather than pick you up with like 2 minutes before the news break, we'll get through that first. So a quick moment here. Let me jump over to who's going to be the VP pick is the question everybody keeps asking. Now, nothing is confirmed. But according to reports, Donald Trump's beginning to focus on his running mate short list. And he's picked out a few names for some key cabinet positions. Again, according to the report. As the presumptive Republican nominee, he's not waiting until the July convention in Milwaukee to begin making personnel designs. According to the outlet that cited numerous sources from the, quote, inner circle, he's eliminated Vivek Ramaswamy as a potential VP pick, but does want to offer him a vital role in the administration if elected in November. Bloomberg reports Jennifer Jacobs and Justin Sink claim Trump's already informed Ramaswamy he's not going to be selected as a running mate. Sources said Trump's closest aides see the 38-year-old as a natural choice to lead the Department of Homeland Security. That would be a hell of an improvement. Some allies see Ramaswamy as ideal for that job because they say he excels at public speaking, and as an Indian-American son of an immigrant, that would neutralize criticism of immigration restrictions. Several others on the list. So who else has been? One person not expected to join a hypothetical second Trump administration is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Supposedly, Trump and DeSantis had a very cordial phone conversation, but Trump's still peeved by Ron's bid for the nomination. And we'll be back right after this.
USA News Update. The senior generals responsible for overseeing the deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan appearing before Congress Tuesday. Mark Milley is the former chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
On 14 August, the non-combatant evacuation operation decision was made by the Department of State. It is my assessment that decision came too late.
The testimony to the House Foreign Affairs Committee comes in the wake of a terrorist attack at the Kabul airport in 2021 that claimed the lives of 13 American service members. Negotiations for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas are ongoing. Administration officials are actively pursuing an agreement to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas and to increase humanitarian aid flowing to Gaza. Peter Navarro, a former advisor to Donald Trump, has turned himself in. He will begin his 4-month prison term at a Miami facility. Navarro found guilty of contempt of Congress last year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, I was just looking through a few more of the names on the list here. We talked about Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis. Along with Ramaswamy being a part of a potential Trump administration, some other cabinet officials include North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Republican Representative Elise Stefanik of New York, Robert Lighthizer, who served as the Trump administrator U.S. Trade Representative 2017 to 21. One crucial position he wants to fill with the right person if he regains power is the role of Attorney General. Two names said to be on the short list for that role are Republican Senators Ted Cruz of Texas and Mike Lee of Utah. Trump's advisor Jason Miller did not deny that there are indeed some high-level discussions regarding who could work in another Trump administration, but he cautioned people, do not believe everything you might read. Yeah, apparently somebody's decided to list out everyone who's ever met Trump, and now they're speculating as their potential participation. He said, the truth is, unless you hear it from Trump or his campaign, you can almost consider it BS. Okay. Hello, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. Hello back to you, and hello, listening audience out there and on all of our affiliates, Rumble, Facebook, the listening app. Glad you're on with us, and I tell you, it don't matter a hill of beans what office position, or what cabinet position, if we don't get the Senate, they'll deny every last one.
That's true.
Me personally, Steve, I like to see. Yeah, I mean, yes, very true, because they'll be like, nope. I would love to see us get an overwhelming majority in the Senate and him nominate Rudy Giuliani for attorney general. You talking about people crapping their pants in New York if the former mayor gets to be attorney general? You talking about going after folks? Yeah, I believe that Judge Ederon, he would just assume leave the country and flee. I mean, but you would have to have a strong Senate in order to get it passed. And if we don't get the Senate, then anybody he puts up there for a cabinet position, they'll just deny it, you know. And same thing with a Supreme Court pick. If we don't get the Senate, if it's a Democrat majority Senate, anybody he nominates for the Supreme Court, denied. You know, they're just because they hate Trump. And I have to take Heatwave's position on this, and I hope it don't happen. But if they make it to where he won't run, or God forbid someone assassinates President Trump, then I would definitely vote for Robert Kennedy and maybe Aaron Rodgers as his running mate. That's a strong rumor that's been going around that Aaron Rodgers, just retired from football and be his running mate, So, but who knows? Steve, I've been listening to your advertisement on the Big Rig mattress, and it's got me thinking about when I first started and just, how stupid I was whenever I first started being a 22-year-old boy and 22 years old and 40 pounds lighter. They give you that daggum prison mat for a mattress, and I remember my first truck, they put that mattress in there. I'm like trying to lay down on it. I'm like, good God almighty, man, how can anybody sleep on it? It was so uncomfortable. And here's how stupid I was. I'm like, man, I got to go home. And I had a dispatcher, his name was Brent Boggs. And I'm like, you know what? I ain't been home almost 2 months. And he's like, hey, I got this tire load out of Greer, South Carolina, going to Mobile. It's pretty easy. You want to take it? I'm like, if it gets me home, yeah. What he didn't tell me was it was hand unloading. Steve, when I opened up the back door to that trailer, them tires were stacked. And anyone that's done a tire load, you're probably laughing, because when I opened up the back door, cut the seal, number one, I had to back into this place off of Highway 90. I thought I could never even get in. They had to stop traffic and everything, man, for me to even back in there. When I opened up the door and I saw them pyramid of tires, I wanted to cry, because I had to sit there and unstack every last one and bounce them on the floor so they could stack them inside the warehouse. I was like, oh my Lord. But one of the first things I did when I got home, and this is where I wish Big Rig Mattress was around whenever I first started driving. Man, one of the first things I did, besides go chase girls and drink the devil's Kool-Aid, and this is back when the old man, before he got put on the cross, One of the first things I did after that was I went to a local mattress store and got the best mattress on the market, twin-size mattress. And, like the commercial says, I slept better in that truck after I got, paid the money, got the mattress that I wanted, than I did at the house. So, but yeah, man, I tell you, sleep is important out here, and I don't own a Big Rig mattress, so I can't speak on their behalf. But I know just from 7.5 years of being over the road, and then making a 25, 18, almost 19 here at O'Reilly Auto Parts. I heard you mention our competitor, and if you want to go buy the Stixon Lemon don't just go to O'Reilly's.
There you go.
Support us here. Make my stock portfolio look better, guys. But anyway, like I was saying, it's like, man, you know, you got to get your sleep out here, and that's very important. Is to get you a good mattress, whether it be with Big Rig or someone else. And I'm sure that they'll be over at the truck show in Louisville, sponsoring stuff and everything like that. I had a lot of folks ask me, was I going to be there this year? And a good friend of ours, Brother Lauren, he texted me, and I hadn't texted him back yet. God bless. No, I'm not going to. I have plans on being there, but my little trial that I went through, the trial of Job, everything kind of put the kibosh on me, you know, because I had to take time off that I didn't plan on taking time off for to get stuff done. But yeah, I mean, my plan was I was going to bring, you know, myself, both the boys up there, Star Wars Dane and little Rambler. I was going to bring him up there, and we're just going to go around, walk around, and shake hands, hug people, and try and have a little service out there, maybe in the parking lot or something. But it just kind of got the kibosh put on it, so I'm going to try and be there next year, you know, and everything. It's been a long time since I've been to a truck show, and like I said, the last one I went to was years ago with the GATS show, and that's where I went and I had dinner with Bill and Cindy Mack and got to meet them and just became very good friends. And just, you know, they're really fun. They are like a family reunion, you know. So if you can make it, but I'm going to tell you right now, and Steve will tell you the same thing. If this is your first time going, you don't want to, if you wear cowboy boots, you better wear yourself a good broken pair. And I wouldn't be buying brand new shoes. I'd find me a pair of shoes that are good and broke in, because you're going to need them, because your feet are going to be sore, you know. And like I said, bring plenty of money, because things do cost inside the truck show.
Yeah,
they do cost inside.
You want one of those good Kentucky pork producers pork chop sandwiches? I think they're about $12.
Oh, I know. You know, it's like if you know, and I know a lot of us drivers, we don't support Buc-ee's. I have had a brisket sandwich from Buc-ee's, but then things are like $16. So it's like, yeah, you want one of them good old pork chop sandwiches, and Lord knows, any kind of God-fearing truck driver, whether you're male or female, you got to have yourself. You got to have a love for pork and pork chop sandwiches. And yeah, you're going to pay, so make sure you have a pocket full of money too, you know. But yeah, you know, I would love to be there with you, God's children, but I'm not going to be there. So, and I'm glad you clarified that you're not going to be able to take phone calls, but we will be able to listen and everything like that. So I'm happy with that. But, you know, God's children, I just want to say that I love you. Jesus Christ loves you, and I really appreciate everyone's support for us over here at Determined Ministries Church. And I want to remind you that we will be having our Easter service, Steve, at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're over the road and you can't get home for church and you're just longing, you want to have a good service, you want to hear the Word of God preached, and, you know, no sugar twist put on it, you know, no ear tickling, the tune is sin. Just go to us on Facebook, Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to have a good friend of mine, Jason Wiggins, going to be coming and performing some good music for us, and just Holy Ghost anointed preaching, and we're looking forward to it. And Steve, I do want to mention we will be having a baptismal service, old school, old-fashioned baptismal service this summer between the month of July and August. You know, I mean, I see a lot of preachers, they'll go buy a watering trough for a horse or a cow, and that's all good. And, you know, they'll baptize you in that, or they'll use another church that has a baptismal. Well, we're going to do this old school, old-fashioned way in a creek, pond, somewhere that we can dunk you down, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I plan on having some musicians on shore singing and picking some of your good old favorite gospel songs. And, you know, as I said on Determined Ministries Church before, I always give you a shout-out. I said, if you're lost and you want to be baptized, guess what? You get a twofer. You come on in the water, you say the sinner's prayer, believe that Jesus Christ died for you in your heart, confess it with your mouth, and then you get dunked. Praise God for that. But other than that, Steve, I really hope y'all have a good time. Before I go, is the Georgia Peach going to be there?
I do not believe she's going to make it this year. Nope.
Well, it's kind of disappointing because last time I saw, she had herself another old man. Heartbreaking that a beautiful woman was just. What's that?
I'm just laughing.
What's that, Steve?
I'm just laughing at you, Brother Rambler.
It is. It's kind of heartbreaking. A beautiful lady like that won't stay single long enough for a lot of good, honest men who are hardworking truck drivers to go and buy her dinner, buy her drinks, or whatever, But so that's a shame. Because we love the Georgia Peach, and we love everyone from Flintstone, Georgia. And God's children, just one more time, come on and be with us every Sunday at 5:00 p.m. You may not have a church, or you may feel like you're not worthy to go to church. Let me tell you something. If you feel like yourself that I'm not worthy to be in God's house, let me tell you, Jesus Christ, he didn't come for the rich and the powerful. He come for the sick, lost, and dying. And he come and he dined and he had dinner. He had great juice wine with some of the poorest and some of the worst sinners of all. And that includes you and me and everyone else, God's children. He come for you. And you're always welcome at Determined Ministries Church. We would love to have you tune in. Like I said, tune in, hear if you could tolerate my singing, and I'm one of the world's worst, but I sing for God, Steve. That's the important thing. If you could tolerate that or laugh at me or whatever you want to do and hear the word of God, then come on and just be with us. And we love you out there, God. If you're going to the truck show, have a good time. Be safe, and please, for God's sakes, don't get in the parking lot and fight. Because that did happen one year. Do you remember that? There was a fight broke out in the parking lot.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it happened maybe 4 or 5 years ago. There was a fight broke out in the parking lot. So don't get out there and fight. Come together, Let's be civil and come together and let's show, the rest of the world that our industry is a civilized industry, that not all of us go pee in bottles and throw it out the window. Well, God's children, that's going to be it for me. And I do want to remind you, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus Christ can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And everyone, have a great weekend. Stay safe. God bless you. We'll talk to you Monday night at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern hour. Steve Summers. God bless you, my friend. Bye-bye.
All right. That'll be our only check-in with Brother Rambler this week. Well, he mentioned O'Reilly Auto Parts. Well, we do have some deals going on with O'Reilly Auto Parts as well. For about another week here, O'Reilly Auto Parts through the 26th. All right, now you can save $5 off a 64-ounce bottle of Diesel Extreme. Plus, you get 3 times the O'Reilly rewards. And also, we've got $8 off the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. And also 3 times the O'Reilly rewards. So there you go, Brother Rambler. O'Reilly's is on board with us as well there. We'll be in booth number 12036 in Louisville, by the way. That'll be the North Wing. If you happened to be there last year, we're pretty much in the exact same location. Morning, Knuckle Buster. Let me click the mouse here. Come on, there he is.
Morning, Mr. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I read the headline. I hadn't got to read the whole article yet there, but a top executive at Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport over in Little Rock, Arkansas, he was shot. And there was a cop that was shot, too, as federal agents were serving a search warrant. You reckon Bill and Hilly going to be in the news again?
Good question.
Yeah, I know that's right. It would be just whitewater. Ain't no big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know Davis Magoo, he wandered off stage at Arizona campaign event. He saw a child. He couldn't resist that baby. Is he a pedophile? No, don't answer that. I'll leave that up to your own decision there, right? And Pokey Highness, she's got a renewed charge for wealth tax on the ultra rich, Steve. You reckon they just think a whole lot of her?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it. I know Alec Baldwin, he's going to jail, Steve. They fixing to get him on jury tampering, too. He released some of the movie footage to the press. So, yep, he's trying to sway them jurors there. That ain't going to sound too good for him there. Yep. Eagle, leave my Supreme Court alone. This worked good for 248 years. Leave them alone. They don't need to change. Could you imagine the mess they'd have up there if they had to run for political office? We would never get anything done there. Today is National Ravioli Day, Steve, but I suggest you eat fresh ravioli, not that canned stuff. I can't stomach that canned stuff. And it's also National Proposal Day, where you ask your spouse to marry you there, or future spouse. God created all men free and equal. If you get married, it's your own damn fault, see? Promise you that. My company sent a message out today. Stay out of Walmart. If you get a lockout on your wheel for being in Walmart, you will be the one paying for it there. I got $83 in fuel points. What do you recommend I buy with it, Steve?
Well, what can you get with 83 fuel points? That ain't much, is it?
Yeah, it loves. Yeah. You get you get a point for every gallon you fuel up. I got 83. I guess I could buy some Hot Shot stick in the eliminator with it.
Yeah,
there, right?
You should be able to afford that. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Yeah, well, I'm going to be like Brother Rambler. You don't wind up on no YouTube video out there up there at Louisville there. And Tennessee got on my ass today. She said those are pink-nosed sweater puppies, not brown-nosed sweater puppies. So I said, yes, ma'am. You got it, girl. And, it's almost quitting time, Steve. I'm going to let you leave it up to you, and you can wind it all up.
Hey, we'll be rolling to Louisville in a matter of hours. Hello to Steve in Columbus. It's Wednesday, or reaching the halfway point of the week. Looking forward to what we hope is a nice, restful weekend. Time to gather the stuff, headed to town, though, for another day in the trash truck. Steve, have a safe trip to Louisville this week. Enjoy the truck show. We'll catch up again next week. Morning to Wheelchair Dave. He said, will you get emails at the show? Yes, I will. Well, I'll have internet access, and I will be able to open my email, I do believe. So should be able to pass on anything from the email. If you wanted to chime in that way, steve@hotshotsecret.com. That's a good idea there, Dave. And there's Truck and Phil. What do we have? Happy Hump Day Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Only 41 for Fort Wayne today, 36 at Sterling Heights. They're expecting 1 to 3 inches of snow in the Motor City Friday morning. Looks like winter is not over just yet. Have a great Mid-America Truck Show, though. As always, it's awesome time there. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. There you go. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Well, Gilligan, sorry you're not going to be able to make it into the show this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to take that time off, and I was out sick there and stuff, and it just wasn't into the cards. Hopefully, we can make it next year. Well, Steve, I got a little bit of an update on my daughter, Bolt. She went and tested yesterday for the West Virginia State Police. Unfortunately, and fortunately in a way, she failed. She pretty well figured she wasn't on the physical side. She wasn't able to pass the push-ups, part of the test. She passed the written test with flying colors. A lot of your listeners have heard my daughter Bolt on the air before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, my mother's getting up there in age, and she's still staying with my mother and living with her. So I'm kind of glad that she's there for my mother, her grandmother. So it kind of works out, if you know what I mean. It's sad that she's being delayed and going in, but I'm sure she'll be a West Virginia State Trooper in another couple of years. Well, got to touch on a couple of things real quick. One, for them to change, Eagle, for them to make the Supreme Court a term instead of a life term, they would have to change the Constitution. That is part of the Constitution, that once they are nominated and they are cleared out the Senate.
And changing the Constitution, that's a slippery slope, right? All right, well, Gilligan, we're out of time here, so join us live from Louisville starting Thursday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time in the afternoon, as well as Friday and Saturday. We'll see you back live Sunday night, Monday morning next week.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.